Alrighty then. Light. That light. Oh yeah, I didn't plug that in, did I? I done didn't plug it in. Here we go. What do I want to run? Hmm. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Okay, that's that. That will come out that way. That gets plugged in, and that gets plugged in. Okay. So that'll be that. This will be this. Got that one started. Yeah, let's go this one. Okay, now I gotta go all the way around. Too bad you can't see it. I still need to get another camera. It's very exciting watching a train go around. Oh. And I had the glitch. Okay, so what we'll do is that, and that. Oh, is it not wanting to do it now? Okay. Fine. We'll do this then. There we go. Every once in a while we get a little glitch on the turntable. Okay, let's double check. That looks good. Okay, do this. And that. Flip that. Okay, we can start this guy up. Alrighty. Hey, Three Spike. Now we need these box cars inside. So, So, a little bit ago, I'm listening to the radio, and Union Fire Department was toned out for a fire at Illinois Railroad Museum. Seems the Shea started a fire about 2 miles east of the main museum on their main line. And that is why oil is better in steam engines. Sad to say. People flip out about converting from wood to coal and coal to oil and so on. What you should be pissed about is dieselization of a steam engine. Oh, I gotta go check the computer again. Oh. Okay, we're good. I had to check to make sure all the mics were working. So on track one, we have a Survivor, built by Alco in December of 1953, serial number 80580, order number 20899 for the Pennsylvania Railroad, number 8445 was an RS3 Hammerhead. 247,100 pounds, 40-inch wheels in a BB configuration, had an Alco 244 HV12. Speed was 65 to 85 miles an hour. Tractive effort was 61,755 pounds per foot. It was a diesel with a fuel capacity of 1,200 gallons. Length of 56 foot 6 inches. Width of 10 foot 1 5/8 inches, height of 14 foot 5 1/8 inches. In 1966, it was renumbered to 5569. In 1968, it was transferred to the Penn Central. 1970, it was transferred to Leith Valley, repainted red and renumbered to 11. In 1979, in 76, it was transferred to Conrail and renumbered 5487. In 79, it went through the RS3M upgrade, which replaced the engine with an EMD 12-567B V12, producing 1,250 horsepower, and it was renamed, repainted Conrail Blue and renumbered 9920. In 1981, it was stored. In 86, it was bought by the LV 211 Associates and renumbered 211, and then immediately donated to the Rochester and Genesee Valley Railroad Museum. In 1990, it was repainted to early 1970 Leith Valley scheme. And on the fictional side, we jump all the way back to 1979, where it was bought by the museum. That's before it went through the RS3M upgrade. It was bought by the museum and restored to 5569. On line 2, we have the Elko, made by Elko in September of 1939, serial number 69172, order number S1811, for the Union Pacific Railroad, numbered 831. It was an FEF2. Weighing 894,960 pounds. Its wheel arrangement was the leading trucks were 36 inches, the drivers were 80 inches, the trailing trucks were 36 and 45 inches respectively in a 484 configuration. Boiler pressure of 300 pounds per square inch, top speed of 120 miles an hour, tractive effort of 63,800 pounds per foot. It was coal. The estimate, it was coal. The fuel capacity was 50,000 pounds of coal, 23,500 gallons of water. Its estimated horsepower was 5,200. Length of 114 foot, 2 inches and 5/8, or 2 and 5/8 inches. Width of 10 foot, 11 inches. Height of 16 foot. In 1946, it was converted to oil with a 6,550 gallon capacity. The Mars light was added and it was painted in the Overland scheme. In 1945, it was converted to a double stack. In 1947, it was converted to a triple stack. In 1951, the smoke shields were added. In 1952, it was painted in the black and graphite scheme. And in 56, it was retired. And fictional side, in 57, it was donated to the museum. In 1958, the flues and tubes were replaced. In 1973, it was put on storage, in storage on display. In 1984, it went through its full restoration. In 1999 and 2014, it went through their 15-year inspection and overhauls. And its next due date is 2029 for the inspection and overhaul. And that would be 17. And for track number 3, built by EMD in June of 1962, serial number 27356, order number 5637-2, for the Norfolk and Western Railway, numbered 523. It was a GP30 phase 1B1, weighed 245,000 pounds, 40-inch wheels in a BB configuration. It had a 16-567D3 V16 engine. Top speed was 70 miles an hour. Tractive effort was 60,500 pounds per foot. It was diesel. 1,700 gallons of diesel it carried. 2,250 horsepower. Length of 56 foot 2 inches, width of 10 foot 4 inches, height of 15 foot 11 inches. In 1995, it was transferred to Tennessee Southern. In 2022, it was scrapped. Fictional in 2023. That I found a typo. It was scrapped and then we bought it. No, we bought it before it was scrapped. So we bought it, the museum bought it in 2022 and not 2023, and restored it to Norfolk and Western 523. So I found out they're sending me another Western Maryland unit. BLI. This one again is going to have the ducking removed. The flag fix already applied to it. And hopefully they can figure out the horn issue. Wait a minute, I want to see something. Hold on. Okay. Huh. Maybe it's not an issue. Maybe it's an issue with my horn blowing capabilities. Because that one does a, this one does a long one too. Oh, can I make it do it? Yeah, no. I can't even do anything shorter than that one. So I've redone the diesel and electric yard and finalized it. It's not quite done. I still need switches and bumpers and stuff, but I pretty much have it all laid out already. Over by the GG1, I have the 3 lines. That's going to be an electric section. I'll have one siding left over because honestly, I'm not planning on getting any more electrics other than the E44A. But just on the safe side, I'm giving myself one more spot. On the diesel side, ooh, I'll have a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 parking spots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 being full size. Hey, Strasburg. Man, I found a video over there. They're finally building the roundhouse at Pennsylvania, over at Strattsburg, Pennsylvania there. I remember them talking about that shit in the 80s. I'm happy they're doing it. Now, IRM got to get their butt in gear. And, oh, we went through this last time. What was the place over at Silvis? National Railroad something or other? The ones that own 3985 now? They're in the old Rock Island Silvis yard. They're going to be rebuilding that turntable and roundhouse too. So eventually they'll send me a new one out, and I got to send this one back, because I guess I wasn't even supposed to get this one. Oh, nice. Shit, I haven't been out of this state. Well, I can't say I haven't been out of the state because I've been just over the border into Wisconsin. I live pretty much, I live like 5 miles from the border, like. So, but removing that one town of Beloit, it's been probably 20 years since I've been out of state. There's so much to see in my own state yet. There's so many more roundhouses to visit here. Oh my God. Oh yeah, roundhouses and substations. There's so many of those to visit yet. Although I can't go visit one because if I go there, I'm going to figure out how to buy the fucker. And I really don't want to live in Old Union, Illinois. Although it's a gorgeous building. Oh my God. It was for the Illinois Terminal. Illinois Traction Terminal. The interurban side of it. I figure I'll run my old Concord New York Central set. One of the first passenger cars to actually have scale wheels to it. Before that, passenger cars had freight wheels on it. Like the AHMs, those are all freight wheels. If you put passenger wheels on it, you got to start modifying the trucks and cutting parts off and stuff. I want to, that Newport, Pennsylvania. Newport. Oh, I'm going to go look at that. Newport, Pennsylvania, yeah. Old station. I was in a mapping mood for the past couple days. I'm remapping a good chunk of the Chicago Northwestern in Illinois. And what I'm doing is I'm mapping it as the original Chicago, Galena, and Union. Or Galena, Chicago, and Union. No. Galena and Chicago Union. Yeah, that's it. But by doing that, I actually found a quote-unquote missing rail that I've known about for years, that I had no clue where the hell it went. And that was in St. Charles, Illinois. It was called the St. Charles branch line. And I only had a small section of the track, maybe 100 feet of it. I ended up finding out that it was a branch line to the Galena, Chicago, or Galena and Chicago Union. So it pretty much linked up with the old Great West. Well, it's old now too, but it linked up where the Chicago Great Western ran, and ran all the way to where the Galena and Chicago Union / Chicago Northwestern ran. And then I found out that the Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy was made from the Galena and Chicago Union. They had a branch line that went from West Chicago all the way down through Batavia and into Aurora, which turned into the Chicago and Burlington Quincy line at the same spot. Yeah, all the way back then, 18... no, it started before 1852. So the original station was right, how do I explain this? It's right where, what would that be, the Merchandise Mart is now? Used to be the old station across the street, or across the river. On the west side of the river used to be the original station. Right in that spot. In 1848, it went from Chicago, that spot, all the way down to Oak Brook, or Oak Park. In 1849, they continued on from Oak Park to Elgin. In 1852, they continued on from Elgin to Rockford. In 1853, they continued from Rockford to Freeport. In 1853, they went from Belvedere up to Beloit. In 1854, they went from West Chicago down to Dixon. And in 1855, they went from Dixon to Fullerton. So pretty much I've mapped out 6 sections already. Well, technically 8. because I added the 2 branch lines. Oh wait, no, I did number 7 already. The Cary to Chicago, which was 6-foot gauge, built by the Illinois and Wisconsin Railroad in 1854. Oh yeah, the Galena, Chicago, Galena, Chicago. To me, they're the same. The Galena Chicago Union was the first railroad out here. There was nothing before it in this area. It started out of Chicago, and it never got to Galena. It never did. It stopped in Freeport. I bought this book for the sole purpose of getting like 4 pieces of information. That would be the trailing truck wheel size, the pilot truck wheel size, and the width of the locomotive. Yeah. Those 3 pieces of information I bought a whole book for to get that information. Well, under that name, yeah. Eventually, through time and buying more railroads and stuff, they turned into the Chicago Northwestern. Parts of it were built, parts of it were the start of the Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy, which was they started in 51. They built the roundhouse in Aurora, I think. 51 through 56. I'm too lazy to go and open up the program. No, 18. Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy built the full circle, currently the largest full circle limestone roundhouse in the world. They built that and they started it in like 51. They built in sections. I want to say the last section was in 1856. I should really memorize the data on the turntables I've actually been to. The turntables and roundhouses, but shit, there's so many of them already. I would assume my biggest fame would be me finding the lost location of the Chicago Great Western Atkin engine facility. They were like 5 miles off. I damn near died doing it, but I did it. And I want to go back. And actually try to get better pictures. there's actually a lot left. The turntable pit's still there, although it's in really, really bad shape. Like, you're on the ground, you can't really tell you're in the turntable. But when you're looking at it with LiDAR, you can totally tell there's a turntable still. It was, I want to say it was a floating turntable. The turntable pit was shorter than where the turntable height would have been. Or half of it was, well, it could have been half of it was removed, because it was a block construction. It was like a flagstone pit construction. But the lead-in and the engine house floor and all that, the foundation for the engine house is still there. That's all above where the turntable is. So what picture? What picture of what? I take pictures of every railroad thing I come across. I photo document everything. The turntable. The turntable is in like the middle of the woods. I went, there was snow on the ground, so it had to have been just after winter, I'm guessing. But even with all the branches and shit, it was still hard to make out stuff through the camera. I could tell with my own eyes because I was able to gauge distance, and I could tell that wall is a full circle. But when you look at it from the camera point of view, it just looks like a bump. But yeah, they like stopped using it in 1895 type deal. It was the end of the line, right before, right to the west of Atkin, like downtown Atkin is pretty much a road. About 2 miles west of the road is where the turntable actually is, and they thought it was like a mile east of the road on the other side. But it all depends on history. So the Chicago and Great Western came out to Atkin, and it went into the Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy line. They got tired of paying for it, so they built their own line for like another 2 miles or so. And then went into the Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy again. When they did that, they got rid of the engine house and stuff. They only used the engine house when it went the first connection with the CB&Q. Dude, it was a rough walk. First of all, it was like I said, like 2 mile walk. I did not realize it was that far. I would not have gone at all. Luckily, I did have the walking stick, so that saved my legs some. And then I had to climb down, well, actually kind of fall against a tree, and then fall down out of the tree, down to the 10-foot drop from the path, the walkway pathway. It's a rails to trails pathway. And then I had to slog through like underbrush. Honestly, I don't know how CB was started. All I know, it was started in Aurora. That's where it all started from. The turntable, or the roundhouse that's still standing, that was their original main shops. But this book is so cool. It has like blueprints for every single steam engine Chicago Northwestern ever had. And the pictures are awesome. Lots of pictures of roundhouses and stuff. I didn't know Chicago Northwestern ran stuff as big as 484s though. I thought the biggest they ran was a 282. 282, 462, you know, in that range. I didn't know they ran 484s. I paid like 16 bucks on Amazon from a private seller. It's called Chicago Northwestern Railway Steam Power 1848 to 1956, classes A through Z, by C as in cat, T as in Tom, Knudsen. K as in Kevin, N as in Nancy, U as in umbrella, D as in dog, S as in Sam, E as in Edward, N as in Nancy. The KN is the KNUD, Knudsen. It's throwing me for a loop. The only thing it didn't have was a blueprint of the ES class, the Yellow Jacket. But luckily, over at Union, Illinois, is the Chicago Northwestern Historical Society, and they were able to send me a picture that I printed out, and I just set it in the book on that page. Because it does have the E class, but it doesn't have the ES class. I love my blueprint books. 100 Years of Steam Locomotive. It was the first one I got. I got it from the Ford Museum because I got to see the Allegheny, and the Allegheny was in it. Just so happens there was a Shay in it too, and I loved Shays at the time. And it didn't have the Blue Goose, but it did have a 3465 in it. Dude, the book is huge though. Oh my God, it was so big I broke Adobe Acrobat. Adobe Acrobat said, nope, it's too big, can't do it. Each page was about 10 megabytes each. I go for quality because and when I buy an old book, I always make a digital backup of it. So I go for quality over you know, small size. Yeah, the Pioneer. It's in here. Do I have info? No, I got a picture of the Pioneer in West Chicago, Illinois at the Roundhouse in about 1871. I think this would be the remake, because didn't they lose the original one and they had to rebuild it? The Pioneer was the 37th locomotive built at the Baldwin Locomotive Works in Philadelphia. It had one pair of driver wheels 54 inches in diameter and two pairs of pilot wheels, which were, according to this, 30 inches. 30 inches? Maybe, yeah, that would have to be 30 inches, I would think. Hey, Poles. Huh. Look at this. I didn't even realize. I thought I recognized this too, which was crazy. The Pioneer in-work train service, the Rock River Bridge in Rockford, Illinois, 1869. Operating the derrick flat car equipped with Lincoln pin couplers and the tender of the Pioneer loaded with wood. But wait a minute. That had to have been the new bridge. $1869. Yeah, that had to have been the second bridge. Because they came through originally in what did I just say, 50 something? Rockford to Freeport, 53. Man, maybe it was the tender was scrapped. Something, they had to rebuild something. Or was that the other train that's in the museum? Because it was originally at the Science and Industry, that train. Maybe that's the one I'm thinking of. You know, maybe that is the one I'm thinking of, John Bullard, because they were built around the same time. They're both old as shit. Do I actually have boiler data on that? Man, looking at their data, looking at the actual list data, man, they love their 440s. Holy cow! Like, I'd say half their fleet is 440s. Yeah, here we go. Pioneer's boiler pressure is a whopping 100 pounds. Yeah, Chicago Northwestern. But technically, Pioneer wasn't a Chicago Northwestern locomotive. Technically, it was the Galena and Chicago Union locomotive. The bull moose, I've actually seen. When I was at Lombard last time, I actually saw one of them on display. They are nice. And I was looking at the ugly one, the all black. I think the two-tone gray, oh man, that'll be sexy locomotive. If you're starting off with BLI, I would not get a brass engine to begin with. I would actually go for one of their FEFs or their GS4s. I'm trying to think back. Their 060 is metal. And that's actually real cheap. That's only like 300-ish. I knew BLI quality from my last layout, so I had no problem buying the Blue Goose for full price because I knew their quality. If you're just, I mean, they're great engines, but if you're just getting into it, I'd recommend a metal one first. Just for the, you know, in case you don't like it, you're not going to be pissed that you wasted the money. I don't think you'll think that, but I mean, unless you're that crazy dude that I watched earlier today reviewing a Bachmann Dreyfus saying it's better than BLI, and I'm looking at him going, dude, I'm looking at the model going, oh my god, that thing looks like crap. I like the B&O. I'm actually thinking of getting a coach car, a single coach car. See, that's the one thing. I'm just going to tell you what I think. I am not happy with my BLI 5-car passenger set. I much prefer the Athearn cars that I have. I don't like their coupler sting. It's not a normal coupler housing. It's like a wishbone that goes into the body that holds the KD coupler. They're nice looking, I'll give them that. They got the interiors and they got the lights. Don't run them with Walther's cars because they look like crap. Because the BLI lighting is nice and the Walther's lighting is like fluorescent looking. So it just looks funny. That's something I learned by doing it. I actually had other cars on order that I've actually canceled because of this set. I had the CNO inspection car or whatever that they're coming out with. Maintenance car, whatever you want to call it, or safety car. That's what it is, safety car. And I had a Pennsylvania maintenance of way combine car on order. And I ended up canceling both of those because I hate the couplers on these things. It's one of the reasons why I don't run them much. I'm actually, that is one thing I'm actually thinking of doing, is buying 2 of the coach cars of the Christmas, because I like the light blue. I wouldn't, I'd only run them during Christmas stuff. It would be a Christmas thing. I'm sorry, I'm still in, I love my AHM cars. Pick them up for 30 bucks a pop. 30 to 50 bucks a pop, depending on the version. Some of them have interiors, some of them don't. You find the interior, you throw it in, you throw metal wheels on there, replace the couplers, and you're good to go. They run forever. And I'm different. I love truck-mounted couplers. No engine that they've made so far matches the light blue Christmas cars. And that's something I told them they were stupid on. So far, all the holiday locos, because you have a diesel loco too, are all the red and green. The steam engine is a club loco, the diesel engine is a retail. I want to say it's in their new SD70 line. The current line. Let me rephrase. The soon-to-be current line. The last line is out now. Well, it came out, what, last year or so? The current line is coming out later this year. I still think my GG1 is heavier than my SD70. I cannot prove it yet, but if it's not heavier, they're really, really, really close. The one thing I don't necessarily dislike it, it worries me. So in the SD70 box, it tells you, it gives you the sheet with the smoke, unit info and stuff. And it says don't turn it above 81. Don't do the max temp over 81. Yet my Hobby Time exclusives stock setting was 90. Needless to say, I turned it down to the max of 81. I mean, I don't use the smoke anyway, but still. That kind of stuff worries me, that they produce it. They're the ones that program the decoders and stuff. Why would you do it over your maximum limit? I don't know, but we're going to have two next big things. The next big thing is going to be putting a Digitrex DC non-sound into the Heisler. And the next big thing is putting a Lock Sound 5 sound decoder into it. And the reason I'm doing that is because it's an old engine from 2001. It just started. It was the first time I ran it. It was on this layout. So I'm going to DC it and run it DC for a while. Now I'm going to put the money, spend the $100 for the decoder just in case something fails on it. I'm going to do a month or so run in before I put sound into it. Hey, 3 Spikes. I really like that Norfolk and Southern, or Norfolk and Western. All weather windows, long hood forward, double horn. They all run smooth. They're all new. Everything I have is newer, bought within the past year or so. Made within, the oldest locomotive I had would probably be the EA, and that was made in 2020 until I got the Heisler. I do have to say I hate and love the Bowser that's on line 1. It sounds great. I paid like next to nothing for it. It was $120. But I really hate it because it doesn't have lit number boards. It only has headlight. U2 3 spikes. The next step I got to plan out is electrical for the electric locomotives. I'm definitely electrifying mainline 1. Although I think I'll end up doing mainline 2 also, because the GG1 is a passenger, the E44A is a freight though. I don't think I'll do line 3. I'll do part of line 3. Enough to come, you know, the electric yard coming out and then getting onto 2 or 3, or 2 or 1. How would I electrify a turntable? Would I have to? No, because that could run front to back. That is a dual direction, so I don't need to turn it. Oh, nice. I'm still looking at the Chicago Northwestern stuff on their exclusives. Lombard has some Chicago Northwestern, like a grain car or something. But I got a list of locomotives I've seen over there that I want. Both yellow and green. There's 2 cars for each, I think. There's a Santa Fe engine. That's, I want to say, an Atlas. There's a Rapido Chicago Northwestern engine. There's those 2 cars. I want to get 2, you know, 1 yellow, 1 green. They're expensive for kits. I'm used to paying like, you know, $10 for a kit. I go to my local Hobbytown USA, which sucks because they never have anything. And there's one section that they always have for like closeout and clearance and stuff. You know what I need? I need a bigger room and a bigger layout. That's what I really need. Oh, I don't. I'll eventually find stuff. I have yet. I still need to go over to America's Best Hobby Shop in Itasca. We have Lombard, we have Des Plaines, we have America's Best, and we have B&G. Like all kind of in the same area, within like 45 minutes from each other. America's Best is a great place to go. Like you get the old Athearn blue boxes and shit. They got a whole aisle of consignment. It's great. I love it. To be honest, B&G, I don't go to B&G much. I go there for like odds and ends. They don't carry HO unit, the HO Kato track, and they're kind of expensive. It's a little mom and pop shop though. That's why I do go there still. But when I can get an engine for $100 less somewhere else, you know, my loyalty only goes so far. Because B&G is where, like, that was the first shop, that's where the shop I used to go to all the time back in the day. They'll order stuff in though. They're the one I got the special track from Walters, the code 70 to 83, and the guide I got from them, and I go for couplers and wheels and shit. It's better than my local hobby shop. There's one like a mile from my house. He's charging $280 for literally a 1990 DC only Athearn. He still has old stuff. Yeah. There are N-scale only shops. And honestly, that's fine because N-scale has a lot less shit. N-scale has so little that they're actually able, in N-scale locomotives, to do a database of all the different locomotives in each of their versions. HO, you'd never be able to do that. Although that website, spookshow.net, man, I loved that thing when I was in N-scale. Didn't I tell you that, Poles? Didn't I tell you that, though? Lombard is like the best place. Their pricing is... I go everywhere when I'm looking for something. Hobby, Factory Direct, Denver Models, Midwest, Model Train stuff, Train World. I had them all. Lombard is the cheapest. And you can special order from them with no money down and no commitment. They have it on some, like the first, that last thing we were looking up, that was the first thing, the Bull Moose. That was the first thing I've ever seen Train World be cheaper than Lombard on. Which it actually kind of shocked me. Wow. Well, I originally ordered the 3461, but I ended up canceling that already. Because if I'm going to spend the money for that, I'm going to wait and spend the same amount of money on the 484 2900 class. Being I already have a 3460 class. I really want a, 3460 and another from the 3460 class, because one is streamlined and one isn't. But money wise, I gotta pick it. I mean, I want all the steam engines so I had to make a rule that I'm only doing streamlined really now. I had the Western or the Rapido Western Pacific set, the bicentennial. But when I came across the Illinois Terminal SD90 or SD70, I couldn't pass it up, so I bought that and I had to cancel the other. That Illinois Terminal was a bucket list engine. I had it in N scale. Well, I didn't have it. My dad had it, but we interchanged. And he did N scale and I did N scale, so we interchanged stuff all the time. But we had one of these in N scale, and now I got it in HO. Yep. Like I said, I had to make a rule to limit myself because I just wanted them all. As it is, I'm really gonna calm down on diesels. I'm gonna go steam pretty much only for a while now. I gotta get my steam roster up. See, I'm kind of in the nostalgic phase right now. After the Rivarossi, the 2001 Rivarossi, I'm looking at Mantua stuff. I'm looking at Lifelike Steam Heritage stuff. I figure get those out of the way, you know. I still have to get my cold trestle and a code 83 switch. You know what? No, I'll do a Kato switch. I'll transition right after the switch. I can do that. So a Kato switch and then transition to code 83 to the turntable and a cooling trestle. Then I got to get my roundhouses. Because I think I can fit a 9-stall big roundhouse in here now. Not just a 6-stall. The small one might be a 6-stall. On one side I'm going to have the big roundhouse, on the other side I'm going to have the small roundhouse. No sense in taking up like a 22-inch stall with like a 10-inch engine. It can go in the small roundhouse. And then I think once I get the diesel yard done, I'm going to custom build a giant building. And that's just to keep dust off of them, so I don't have to keep covering them with a sheet. I'll get a big piece of plexiglass for the roof so I can still see the stuff. Okay, I'll be back. I'm going to take a lap around the house. Hey, Canadian. Going the same old, same old. We've... oh. No. You can't inhale Mountain Dew. Oi. Finished the planning for the diesel electric yard. That reminds me, I need to buy more canned air. I was bad earlier today. I went to the grocery store and bought me some frozen shrimp and deep fried it. Oh, it was good. Yeah, so it just reminded me again, looking at the detail at the FEF, man, was that Bachmann Dreyfus horrible looking on detail. Oh my God. They only painted half the whistle. They like painted the top of the whistle, not the sides. And the dude's like, oh yeah, this is so good. No, but I'll go get it. It's on the desktop. There you go. That's the link. Like how, I mean, I'm literally using my own eyes looking at what he's showing, and I'm going, how the hell can you even say this is a good engine? There were sections of it that looked like they put gum around parts and just spray painted it. It would just look like a lump of putty. And contrary to what that guy says, no, they never interchanged the tenders between the freight and the passenger locomotive. They would never do that in a million years. I can't wait for BLI to come out with that loco again. Oh, that's so getting bought. The J class, the Dreyfus, and the Yellow Belly. Even though the Dreyfus is literally just a Blue Goose with a different shell. They're roughly, I mean, might have different rods. I'm not sure. Right? And that thing's like $500. Literally looks like a 2-year-old painted it. my blind father could paint better than that. I hope he's watching, because he'll be... That's how bad a paint job it is, seriously. My biggest thing was the whistle and the relief valves. They looked horrible. They looked like they belonged literally on a $100 locomotive, not a $500 locomotive. Yeah. I mean, seeing that, I would not touch the Shea at all now. I'm glad I bought a second BLI one. Yeah, I didn't even, well, I wasn't even going to mention the orange peel. Because, honestly, with the orange peel, that could be scale, because that was a shrouded locomotive. And they weren't necessarily all flat. They had divots, you know, some of the pieces were concave, some of them were convex, and you would get that look from the paint. Let's just say this. I have painted stuff better with like spray can paint. That's been sitting on a shelf for 20 years. It was a Mako paint job, that's what it was. The $99 Mako paint job. I mean, there's times where I go, man, you know, I really like this engine, and Bachmann's the only one that makes it. I'm going to go look at it. Ah, man, I can't. I'm glad so far I haven't gone and done it. Semi-detailed locomotives look bad next to the highly detailed locomotives, let alone a sub-standard detail locomotive, which would look like garbage even next to a normal detail, would look even worse next to the high detail stuff. Wait a minute, isn't Bachmann made in China? Aren't Chinese supposed to be so much better at shit? Why can't they paint? Ooh, my God, I almost said it. I almost got my channel shut down just then. Woo! I had to bite my tongue. Note to self, don't answer your own questions. See, no. Because even when I was younger, when I was like 16, I'd rather have a quality Rivarossi locomotive than 3, you know, Lifelikes or Tychos or whatever. Hey Arturo, what's going on? And granted, I did have Bachmann back then, but it was the Bachmann Plus, which was a great line. They killed the Bachmann Plus line. Bachmann Plus was above Bachmann Spectrum. Oh, I was just saying, even when I was 16, I'd rather have a quality Rivarossi locomotive versus 2 or 3 like Lifelikes or something. We were talking about the Buckman, aka Bachmann, NYC Dreyfus. Someone did a review, and oh my God, the worst looking. Honestly, my $9.99 Lifelike 040 looked better. Is that the review, Pulse? Yeah, BYM5. Yeah, BYM5. See, the thing, I hate how they do it, because when I post a link into anything else, it'll actually tell me the title of the video. Where when you post a link in YouTube, from YouTube, it only gives you the address, so it's just a bunch of letters and shit, you know? Oh. Honestly, seriously, my 1960 barely even runs. It's it's off camera. It's a 282 Mantua Camelback. I think it's a Mantua, but it's a Pennsylvania Camelback. That thing looked better than the Dreyfus. Wait until you see the whistle and the relief valves up on top, man. They only painted the top of it. They didn't paint the sides. And that's what I'm talking about. You're charging you're charging BLI prices for that thing. For your MSRP, they're roughly the same price, MSRP. Yeah, they've always been on drugs. No, let me rephrase it. They weren't a couple years ago. Like, I remember, I'm guessing 2010-ish, when they came out with the 45-tonner and the 060 Porter in DCC, no sound, $70. That was like the end of before they got on the drugs. It was that time. After that, everything went through the frickin' roof. And I will give him the 060 Porter looked great, although it was a piece of crap. It was way too light. It could pull like one car because it didn't have traction tires. The 45 tonner, beautiful locomotive, but it broke. And I bought that new. That wasn't a used locomotive that I bought. I had that from day one as new. See, the problem with reviews nowadays is they're not reviewing the engine. They're reviewing the sounds. Oh, it has such great sound, da 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 da. I honestly don't give a shit about sound. The true review of a locomotive is how smooth it runs, how quiet it runs, can it pull, how long does it run for, what are the gears in it. They don't do that anymore though. Like all these reviews I watch for these locomotives, I don't get a sense of the locomotive itself. Because you can't tell from sounds anyway. Your mic might be a really crappy microphone that doesn't pick up the sounds good at all. So you can't, over YouTube you can't do sound anyway. You got to do sound with your own ear. I want to know how it runs. Is it jerky? Does it stop and start? I mean, then again, a lot of these things that we used to review, that you don't have the problems anymore. But if someone did an honest review on this RS3, I would have never bought it because I would have found out it only has a headlight. For the MSRP, $350, and it only has a headlight. No cab light, no number board lights, nothing else. Granted, again, Lombard, man, I find great deals. $123 I got that at Lombard for. The Navy 44 engine I bought at Lombard, it was $160, a $350 engine. But you don't get that online. You got to go into the store to see that, because Lombard has a special little shelf that they put a bunch of stuff on all the time. I think calling it a steaming pile of manure gives steaming pile of manures a bad name. I would love to be able to do a real review like I'm talking about, but as oh my God. Mother puss bucket. How much tobacco did I just threw my container of tobacco all over my floor. Oh, I love it. As I was saying, I'd love to do a good review where I take the bottom off, but my hands shake so much, I'm afraid I'll actually mess up the gearing and stuff like that. Well, we have to vacuum this room anyway later, so. Yeah, except mine. I commented. Bachmann is only good for high prices, bad gears. Oh, I can't remember what that third one was. What I really wanted to say is, how much did Bachman pay you to say this stuff? That or your standards are so low that you know, your review is pretty much useless then. To me, you have to have a standard for a review. You have to have certain standards. Because if you don't, everything is great. With no standards, a Chevy 6.2 engine is the best goddamn engine in the world. Until it dies after 40 miles. Mattel does Thomas stuff? I know Ertl used to do Thomas stuff. Well, Thomas nowadays looks like shit to begin with. The show itself, because they're the CGI crap now. So maybe the Mattel stuff is supposed to be a copy of the CGI version, because they're different. If you have a good enough eye, you can spot the difference. It'd be like, what's wrong with this picture type shit between the model Thomas and the CGI Thomas. The faces are all wrong. Wait a minute, they changed it a third time? They went from CGI to they're drawing it now again? No, they're not drawing it. That's CGI shit. That's not cartoon. Dude, I don't even think they make cartoon anymore. I mean, even Disney don't even make cartoons anymore. Cartoon is hand-drawn, hand-colored, you know, 1980s Transformers and GoBots and Smurfs and, you know, all that shit back then. Nowadays, it's like all this new stuff. Although I will give it to you, the Star Wars Maul series, oh my god, man. The CGI and that shit, oh. Man, I swear to God, some of the scenes were actually real live action. They're really getting good. I love when the steam engine goes into coast in this area because it goes downhill towards the camera. You can hear the chug change just a little bit. I can't, honestly, I can't wait until I get the frickin' Heisler, man. Oh, I want to get that done up. I can't wait. I figure within 3 months it'll be sounded. But luckily, Lombard, when you buy a lock sound, they'll program the sound in it for free. So I don't even have to get the lock sound programmer yet. I use this shitty ass program called JMRI. And I didn't realize how shitty it was until today. So I've seen it done on my Rapido engines with the track inspection lights, the truck lights. I've seen someone do it, but they did it so fast they didn't explain what they did, and I couldn't catch what they did in the software. But there's a thing where you can do it, and it pretty much changes it into like a cab light, where when you stop the locomotive, it'll turn on, and when you start the locomotive, it'll turn it off. So I went to JMRI. I'm like, okay, how do you do this in your software? Their comment was, go ask in the ESU forum. And I'm like, wait a minute, you want me to ask ESU how to use your software? Oh, I'm going to get the programmer eventually. But as of right now, I was under the impression that I would need it to download the sound onto the decoder, but Lombard will do it. So I can kick that down the road a little bit and maybe get a switch or two instead. I still gotta finish the diesel and electric yard. I took everything from the freight yard to put over in the diesel yard, so I gotta do the freight and the passenger yard completely. I still gotta get roundhouses. At some point, I'm getting the programmer. And honestly, what I would love to do is get a whole nother programming track. I have a programming track for that's hooked up to the Digitrax. Or can I put a plug in that where I can actually unplug that and then plug the lock sound programmer in? Nah, I don't know. I just don't want to keep unscrewing the terminals and shit, is what it is. Okay, so what you do, wait a minute, how do they lock that down? There has to be an unlock somewhere. What I would do is I would contact ESU and find out how to unlock it. To the point where you can go to Lock Sound and download the whole sound file for that locomotive. I'm sure they have it. And then re-upload the whole damn thing, so it's not scale trains. See, and that's why I hate scale trains, man. I'm pretty sure I seen the police one on their site. I mean, I don't really look for diesels much, so Most of my looking into their sound files have been for Steam. Scale trains, locomotives, for me, shitty customer service. They fall apart within 5 minutes of it running on the layout. The decoders are locked down, so you can't do anything with them, according to polls. Because he just got the lock sound programmer. And if that don't program it, nothing can. And honestly, I find the stuff from Lock Sound that you can download is usually better than what you get as a stock in a locomotive. Like, I have a Rapido, and people have like reprogrammed the Rapido sounds with the actual E8 from Lock Sound, and they said the sounds are a lot better. Well, that's just one more reason not to buy scale trains. How are you going to lock down something that doesn't even belong to you? The decoder is not scale train's property. That's a Lock Sound decoder. There's things I do. I mean, I love my Paragon 3. Or my Paragon 4. Honestly, hands down, Paragon 4, I love it the best. Lock Sound is okay. And it's because to do shit, you need you need the programmer and stuff. I can program anything I want with my BLIs. I can change the F buttons around and all that. Nope, you can't do that with a Lock Sound. You need to use the software. I got gripe. I mean, hell, throw any company at me and I got a gripe about them. Even BLI. Honestly, right now, I'm pissed at BLI. Like, I want to get a lawyer pissed. Get it. BLI will become Clintonville Model Railroading, LLC or some shit. I don't know. That whole Club Locomotive situation, I'm still seeing red about it. Yep, no, I'll never buy scale trains again. I loved the Locomotive. It was a Conrail GP30. I loved it. But the fact that it started eating itself, ripping detail parts off of itself within 5 minutes of me running it, yeah. I don't know, since Mantua had like 5 or 6 different tenders. Honestly, you just take the shell off and plop it in there. Cut a couple holes on the bottom. Honestly, I would actually drill out the hole. I wouldn't even drill. I wouldn't drill a bunch of small holes. I would drill like one giant hole. That's the width of the speaker. So it has what's the word? Unencumbered? No, that might not be it. Uninterrupted sound. Unrestricted, that's what I want to say. Unrestricted sound. Like all the sound locomotives where the speakers are, it has a grate. It's open, so the sound can get out. Uh, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Roughly 26 cars. I really don't have my eye on freight much anymore, besides specific things. Like I want to get an EG&E freight car, box car, a Rutland box car, Great Northern with the Leaf, Or is that Great Western with the leaf? I can't remember. Yeah, I got you. This is the museum. You're looking at it right here. This is the whole grounds. Well, most all the grounds. You can't see the leg yet. Okay, do that and that. Do that and that. Do that, that, and that. No, I didn't want to do that, and that. Damn it. We're just going to fast forward this. What got me into this hobby? Walking around an old roundhouse back in the 80s. Specifically the Chicago, Burlington, Quincy, and Aurora. The one that's still standing. It's a restaurant now. What do we need? 2. And who wants a header? Okay, what am I going to run? Hmm. Yeah, I'll run that and I'll run that. And Hey, Pose, what's going on? We're doing a switch out. Um, okay, we'll do this the easy way. Oh. All right. Let's get, yeah, that there, that there. No. Yeah, that's what we'll do. That goes there. There. Alright. That goes there, that goes there, that goes there. Oh, Posiwi, her parents are over. She's probably listening, but she just can't chat. Okay, go here. This would be 1072. And this would be 6600. Okay, going from line 3, built by GE, November of 1977, serial number 41626, order number 1849, for the Consolidated Rail Corporation, aka Conrail, number 6600, a Class 730-7, a Class C30-7, Phase 1A, weighing 359,000 pounds, 40-inch wheels in a CC configuration, a 7FDC-16 V16 engine, top speed 70 miles an hour, tractive effort 91,500 pounds per foot. It was a diesel with a horsepower of 3,000, fuel capacity 3,000 gallons, length 67 feet 3 inches, width 9 foot 1 inches, height 15 foot 4.5 inches. In 1991, it was retired and stored. In 1992, it was reactivated for the lease fleet. In 95, it was retired. In 2000, it was bought by Helm Financial Locomotives and renumbered 587. In 2001, it was repainted Union Pacific paint scheme. In 2005, it was retired, fictional. 2005, it was bought by the museum. 2006, it was restored to Conrail 6600. On line 2, built by EMD in May of 2012, serial number 20116573-008, order number 20116573 for Norfolk and Southern Railway, numbered 1072 ITC. It's an SD70 Ace Phase 2F3, weighing 432,000 pounds. It had 43-inch wheels in a CC configuration with a 16-710 G3C-T2 V16 engine. Top speed 70 miles an hour, tractive effort 191,000 pounds per foot. It was a diesel with 4,300 horsepower, fuel capacity 4,900 gallons, length 74 foot 3 inches, width 10 foot 3 inches, height 15 foot 11 inches. In 2012, it was painted in Illinois Terminal Heritage Unit, straight from the factory. In 2025, it was repainted at Gentua, Pennsylvania. Pretty much the same thing, but without the black roof. Fictional. 2026, it was on loan to the museum from Norfolk and Southern. And on line 1, built by Baldwin, January of 1938, serial number 62083. Order number is unknown for the ATSF Railway. Number 3460, it was a 3460 class, weighing in at 808,670 pounds. The wheels were leading 37-inch, driving 84-inch, trailing 40-inch in a 464 configuration. Its boiler pressure was 300 pounds per square inch, top speed 120 miles an hour, tractive effort 43,618 pounds per foot. It was an oil burner with an estimated horsepower of 5,300, fuel capacity 7,000 gallons of fuel oil, 20,000 gallons of water, length 102 foot 6 3/4 inches, width 10 foot 9 inches, height 16 foot 8 inches. 1938, the 460 was removed from the tender. In 1938, the cylinder skirts and the front half of the driver skirts were removed. Later, again in 38, the remainder of the driver skirts were removed and the cab skirt was shortened. In 1939, the rest of the cab skirt was removed. It was repainted with a black stripe under the silver band. In 1948, the white walls were removed on the tire, on the wheels. In 1945, it went in for the super duper rebuild at Albuquerque, New Mexico, giving it a 860,646 pounds weight, 49,456 pounds per foot on traction, and estimated 5,700 horsepower. In 1950, the black stripe was removed. In 1951, the paint was changed from a tri to a dual color blue. In 1956, it was scrapped. Fictional. In 1956, it was transferred to freight and painted all black. In 61, it was put into excursion service In 77, it was stored. In 78, Santa Fe replaced the firebox, the tubes, and the flues, and put back into operating status. In 78, it was bought by the museum here. In 1984, the tender was fully restored. In 93, 2008, and 2024, in 93 and 2008, it went through its 15-year inspection and overhaul. In 2024, it finished its complete breakdown and restoration. And its next overhaul would be in 2039. Do we have smoke in this? Yes, we do. What was what about? Oh, it's a thing I do with all my locomotives. It's the history of each locomotive that's running. Because we're a museum. I have info like that on every single loco I have. My two Mantua locomotives were built in 1910 from American Locomotive Work. My railroad, but two of them from the Southern Railway. My railroad decided to repaint ex-Southern slot black locomotive in the 90s. Nice. I'm actually been looking at a Mantua. Oh yeah, consolidated. I honestly never knew they were. I thought it was just always Conrail. I was watching a video on Conrail and I found out their actual real name. I love this locomotive, but I hate the horn. Although I did repaint the horn, and this is actually prototypical now. For some reason, BLI made the horn green, like the body. And it shouldn't be like that. According to the data, it should be white, but it wasn't white because it matched the trucks, which means it was silver. And I've looked at pictures and it's actually silver. It doesn't look white. That's the horn it has, though. I just hope they can figure out how to give me a short horn, a real short horn, on the ES44s and the SD70s. They don't give you a short horn on the SD70. They give you it on the SD or the ES44s, but it's a timed short horn. You can't double tap it and make a toot-toot. There's like a 1 second gap between, or after the toot, it's a 1 second gap before you can like retoot it. Like, oh shit, it's the ES44s that have it. I don't have one of those running. But on the, it's like F23 on the ES44s. But what I did was I took a video of it and I ran it backwards. And I have the warning horn, so it goes toot 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 real quick. And I said, if I can't, you know, your short horn, I can't even do that with it. So I stopped it and I went to the short horn and I was tapping it. And like every other tap, there's a tap in between that it like ignores. Because there's like a delay after the horn. So hopefully they can figure it out. I'll know for sure when I get the Western Maryland. My real Western Maryland. Which I thought I had my real Western Maryland, but I don't. If I get the Western Maryland and it's good, I'm immediately taking the decoder from the SD70 and the other ES44 and sending it back to them and saying, okay, whatever you did, I want it done with this one too. Or with these two. I want the ducking removed on both of them. And the short horn thing done. Oh, and the SD70, the directional hiss, if they can turn that down. There is a benefit to buying a locomotive and then sending it back to have the ducking removed. And that's, if you find anything else, you can have that done while it's there. Like the SD35 is going back, the decoder, when it goes back, I'm going to have them reprogram it. Currently, I haven't even ran the locomotive. As soon as you apply track power, the number boards light up. I don't want that. And when I start the locomotive, and every other you start the headlights and the number boards come on. On that one, it doesn't do it. You got to hit the number board separately twice to have them come on. So when that goes in, I'm going to have them fix all that issues. It's not really an issue. It's just an issue for me. It's like I'm having a lot of the stuff custom programmed. Which I wish they would. I would love to just be like, dude, can you send someone out with one of these programmers? We can do all my locomotives in a day, and you won't hear from me again, except for when new locomotives come in, or when I get new locos. And being I pretty much caught up. No, because I'm still toying with the 060. As of right now, there really isn't anything out that BLI has that I'm interested in. Like I said, I've caught up to what they're doing. Besides, I mean, a 39 Blue Goose I would be interested in. but that's about it. Well, no, it's all the locomotives. It's just a programming thing. I can be pissed at BLI, completely pissed at them like I am right now, but yet still try to help them out to make their stuff a little bit better. Like, I keep telling them, stop doing ducking. I don't know why you do ducking. It's stupid. And I think that's one of the biggest reasons why everyone says BLI sounds like crap. Because of the ducking. They don't realize it's a setting. The stuff that I've had the ducking removed sound great. The Challenger, great. The GG1, great. The Centipede didn't have much ducking problem at all. That sounds great. The GS4, that's horrible on ducking. And what started this all off was a programming glitch in the Challenger. The ducking was like 100%. So when you blew the horn, it muted the chug altogether. There was no chug, it was just horn. And then when the horn stopped, the chugging came back. Okay, mute that one. Mute that one. See, that doesn't have ducking. I didn't hear any ducking. You hear it mostly on the grade crossing when it's done. The longer the horn goes, the more it lowered the volume. And then you'd hear it ramp back up once the horn was done. Yeah, I don't hear any ducking on that. I will say that Conrail has the best horn. I love the sound of the horn on that thing. That's the kind of horn I want to put in my car. You're in the fast lane, lady. Shit or get off the pot. You ain't doing 45 and a 55 in the fast lane. Move. GS4 is the daylight. The Shays have it. The GS4, I mean, eventually everything's getting sent in to get unducked if it needs. The gooses are going back in for ducking. The Centipedes doesn't have any. The Illinois Terminal doesn't have any. It doesn't sound like. Hopefully the ES44, the one that I have, I don't hear ducking on them. So maybe they're like reducing the ducking to where you don't hear it as much. I don't know, but some of them are. And I never really paid attention until I got this Challenger with the bad ducking glitch. And it's just programming. I mean, all you need is one sun particle to hit that decoder the right way, and it flips a bit. You know, when they're programming it. I mean, and it's just a computer in this thing. I like BLI. It sounds great. You got a grade crossing horn, and you got the warning horns. Honestly, there really is nothing I like about Lock Sound. The sounds are the sounds. They sound great, but I do not like the Lock Sound programmer. No warning horn, no grade crossing. It's not playable horn. And they're a pain in the butt to program. I can buy a BLI locomotive, put it on this programming track, and completely set it up with my Digitrex DCS52. Everything I do with it, I can do off of that. And that's changing the volumes, moving F buttons around, because I keep all my horns together and all that crap. Lock Sound, you can't do that. You got to have the software. You either got to have the Lock Sound programmer or JMRI to program the CVs. To do sounds, you need the Lock Sound programmer. I got to turn the Conrail up a little bit. What would that be? Prime mover. Broadway Limited is like one of the best companies out there for programming and everything. The only there's very little you cannot do yourself. It just so happens ducking is one of those settings. But like I said, it's more programmer friendly than anything I have. Then again, I only have the two so far, Lock Sound and well, no, I got Paragon 3 also. I got Paragon 3, Paragon 4, and Lock Sound. I have yet to get a Tsunami. Like, there's still stuff I want to figure out how to do, but I don't know how to do it. I've seen it done where you can set the, I was saying earlier, where you can set the truck inspection lights to turn on when you stop it and turn off when you start going. I've tried to program it. I don't know. I must be doing something wrong because it doesn't work. Everything else worked. When I start the locomotive, I switched that to F9 instead of F8. Drive hold I got rid of altogether, and I made F8 a mute. I slaved all the lights to the headlight, the class lights, and the number board, you know, so they pretty much all come on. I don't have to be hitting like 18 buttons. I don't know what Bachman would have. No, I know they have an economy sound, so it's going to be a lockdown decoder. The only thing, the two Bachman, the Bachmans that I had that were DCC, that were the economy DCC, no sound. You could only change start voltage, mid voltage, max voltage, and the two momentums. That's it. Oh, and the engine number. Like, you couldn't do anything else. That stupid Sebastian kid was in the middle of the track again. I keep telling him just run him over. Don't even blow your horn for him. But they don't listen. So IRM had a fire today. They had their Shay out, and I'm watching the live stream from IRM. The Shay came in to the camera by the station, and right as it did that, the Union got toned out for a brush fire pretty much at the end of their main line. My guessing is the coal burning Shay spit out an ember and started a fire. That's why oil is the best right now, because it doesn't start fires. I've never heard of an oil burner spitting out a spark to start a fire. No, man, Illinois has some of the best brush. Oh. Even up here, there are sections that have like never been touched. They're pure wild still. Oh, don't you lie. You turn into Beavis and Butthead in the weekends. Yeah, fire. Man, fire's cool. I need TP for my bunghole. Hell, I was walking through wood, man. I'm so happy. I could have died. Literally died. So I'm walking through golf course property, but they've never used it. It used to be farmland in like the 30s, even before then. So I'm walking to an old bridge for the Elgin and Belvedere that goes over the Kishwaukee River. And I'm walking through literally just dense woods. There was a little hill, and I'm walking down it, and you know, you're walking down a hill, you're going faster and faster and faster. All of a sudden, man, wham! Clotheslined by a barbed wire fence. Stopped me in my trail. I'm on my back looking up, going, Ugh! Felt like I was hit. I felt like it was Hulk Hogan slammed me. It stopped me, and I'm lucky I had 2 jackets on. I guarantee you I would have had holes in my chest. Oh, I mean, it just knocked the wind out of me, yeah. But that's an example of why I tend not to go exploring anymore, because I can never find someone to go with me. Like, if I would have gotten hurt, man, I would have been dead. Where are you? I'm in the middle of the woods. Where? By the golf course? Well, where? In the middle of the woods. I mean, I did. I'm like, literally, like, what the hell just happened to me? Because I'm on my feet, and literally the next second, I can't breathe, and I'm on my back. And it was enough force that I ended up sliding past underneath the fence. By the time I got up and looked around, the fence was at like 5 feet behind me now, and I finally saw a post hidden by a tree, and I'm like, what the hell? I still couldn't see the barbed wire until I was literally like 5 inches from it. It just so happens, I don't know what the hell kind of vine it would be, but it was a vine that grew along the barbed wire fence, so you couldn't see it at all. But it was definitely like a wake up, you know, to me. I'm like, oh man, I can't be doing this by myself no more. The couple times that I did go, like I went to Atkin by myself, but I let like 3 or 4 people know where the hell I was actually going to be. I like sent them a screenshot of the satellite view and like circled an area. I'll be, you know, I'm going to this area. Oh, I wasn't. I wasn't mad at all. Because again, this is like virgin forest. Like it hasn't been touched since in over 50 years. And even looking back in 1939, which is the earliest aerials I can find, it was still woods. How a fence got in this, I don't know. I'm guessing it would have been a property line, but being that I was in the woods, I had no sight to anything. I didn't know which way I'm facing, so I didn't know which way to even go back and look it up to see if it was a property line. Like, I've actually been toying with the idea, because I have the two Shays, the Broadway Limited Shays, Paragon 4s. So Lock Sound sells a converter board for BLI that has spots for all the different plugs that BLI uses, and then it's a 21 pin, like DCC ready, that you put a 21 pin decoder on there. I've been toying around with the idea of, obviously no, it's not going to be anytime soon, but I want to Lock Sound one of them and actually see the difference, because I'll have I'll have a BLI version and then a Lock Sound version, and let's see whose sound is better. Another thing that helps me is I've actually heard what a Shay sounds like. A lot of people have never heard a Shay. They only hear a Shay on like videos when it's going downhill and it's not even chugging. Everyone says the BLI Shay sounds like crap, and I'm like, dude, that's exactly what a Shay sounds like though. It's a triple cylinder steam engine. It's not going to sound like every other steam. You're going to have it's almost going to sound like it's echoes, because you're going to have a 3 chug instead of just a 2 chug. But like I said, if Poles is still here, if you ever come out this way, let me know, man. There is so much shit I can show you out here railroad-wise. Oh my God. Within an hour of me, well, within like 15 minutes of me, there's, I don't even know what the hell river that would be. Would that be the Kishwaukee? It might be the Kishwaukee. It was an old Chicago-Milwaukee-St. Paul bridge. The pilings are still there. The bridge is gone. The abutments are still there and shit. And that's in Rockford. In Freeport, shit, there's like 4 or 5 bridges. There's remnants of a roundhouse foundation. There's still a standing coal tower. There's just a lot of shit. Poles or you. I know of like all the shit hidden, because I've mapped all of northern Illinois. I mean, shit, earlier today, the reason I didn't start at noon is because I was just caught up in mapping. I'm going back and remapping the Chicago Northwestern, the very, very beginning of it, which was called the Galena and Chicago Union Railroad. It's sad. A lot of the good places they've torn down. We had a gorgeous, beautiful timber wood bridge. It was an ex-Chicago Northwestern bridge. I got pictures of, and they tore it down. They could have left it there and made it into a walkway or something, but they tore it down. The Rockford Interurban car barn they just tore down a couple years ago. That was a shame. I mean, the building was just falling apart though. Oh my God. I have like 4 or 5 bricks in my house from that building, from before they even started tearing it down, because the bricks were just falling down. It was that bad. We got a couple roundhouses in town here. Well, actually, yeah, 3. The Chicago Marketing St. Paul Foundation is still there. The Chicago, Burlington, and Quincy floating turntable center point is still there. And the Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul number 2, or not Chicago, Chicago Northwestern number 2. I'm not sure if you can see it, but the railroad ties used to still be there, leading into where the turntable used to be. They have put up solar panels over that area, so I don't know if you can still get to it. We have the old, well, we have a couple old stations. We got the Chicago Northwestern Station and Freight House. On the east side. On the west side, the Freight House is still standing, but the passenger station they tore down. Shit, there's even a roundhouse I still got to get to in Galena, Illinois. An old Chicago Northwestern. That's a truck too. I got to walk through forest for that one. There's so much shit around here. There just isn't enough time to get to it all. Because a lot of it is, I mean, I'm driving 2 hours for 10 minutes worth of pictures, you know, type stuff. Ooh, nice. I was almost going to do Lionel on this board. Instead of the HO. But when I saw the pricing on Lionel now, I'm like, holy shit, you went the way of Bachman. Engines are like $1,000 now instead of like, you know, $400. In the grand scheme of things, it probably would have been cheaper. Because I would have limited myself to like, you know, 2 or 3 engines only. But I wouldn't have a Blue Goose. And I definitely wouldn't have a Black Goose. I love my Black Goose. In one of the Discord groups there, a guy was asking questions like, what's your favorite engine? What's your newest engine? What's your most expensive engine? What's the engine that would most likely be stolen? You know, what's your rarest engine? They couldn't believe I had a Locomotive, only 51 were ever made. I like it in black because it's something different. It's definitely not a real locomotive. No offense, the blue I think is way prettier. Like, hands down, the Blue Goose is the most beautiful locomotive I've ever seen. It blows away the GS4 Daylight. The Daylight might be the most beautiful locomotive still running, but it's not the most beautiful locomotive at all. That would be the Blue Goose. Or the John Wilkes. The John Wilkes was a beautiful locomotive too. I'd still put the Blue Goose over the John Wilkes though. I honestly never liked the GS4 Daylight. To me, it's like salt. Everyone has salt on their table. I'd hate it less if it was something other than 4449. But I just never, the paint scheme never clicked with me. Now, do I feel like that because I've had a GS4 Daylight in the past already? Maybe, I don't know. Like, if they come out with the J class, I want 613. Because that was the last steam engine ever built. It was like in 1950 something. When the 2900 class, I like it because it's the heaviest 484 ever built. Because it was built out of conventional material and not specialty metals. I like strange, unusual, different. I don't know what the hell you want to call it. Nope, 613. 611, 612, and 613 were the last three made. $613, it was the last batch. They were all built in like 1950 or so, but 613 was the last one. I despise, like a 611, I don't want. 844, I don't want. 4449, I don't want. I don't want necessarily engines that everyone's going to have and that are still running. Because it's really hard, you know, if a real life engine, mixing it with my fictional history, the real life and the fictional history don't necessarily coincide on 4449 they do, 3985 they do. Uh, 105, the Wheeling and Lake Erie, does not. And obviously the Illinois Terminal and the Western Maryland do not. So I got to kind of mix the histories, real and fictional. Ooh, pardon me, real and fictional. I'd rather have something that's scrapped because it's a lot easier to do the whole history. What the? See, you have a short horn on that. That's the kind of shit I'm talking about. How can you have a short horn put into your stuff and not be able to do the short horn? Hey, Eugene. And then some engines, you got to go with a fictional. Like the what is it, the S1, the 6446 that BLI is coming out with? There was only one ever made. The one that was at the World's Fair. If I ever got that, I would get the Tuscan red version. Because obviously it wouldn't have been scrapped, and it would have been like, eventually painted the red. Would have been its last paint job. Same thing with the Blue Goose. That's why I got the black one. Because in the later years, it was used for freight instead of passenger anymore. So then you get the black one. Oh man, you really hear that fan, don't you? Hopefully that's better. Nothing really. I mean, as far as I know, there's no market for it. It's just, you know, nostalgic sake. I got bricks from Highland Avenue in Elgin, Illinois. When they tore up the asphalt street and found a brick street underneath it, and they tore that up to do a whole, you know, they did it from the whole new base street. I got bricks from the Rockford and Interurban car barn. I have a chunk of metal from the Chicago, Milwaukee, and St. Paul roundhouse that used to be in Bensonville. What it was like a box metal that was into concrete, and then the post would fit into that. And at some point, you know, the building was torn down. At some point, the one whole side of that cube cast was broken off, and it was just laying on the ground when I went there, so I picked it up, and I still have it. And now the whole thing's a parking lot. Turntable's gone and everything. The turntable bridge is the one that actually went to Silvis. Yeah, IRM got the California one. Silvis got the Illinois. Yeah, I think that's how it worked. I can't wait because the ES44A is going to be a Conrail also. 4458, I think it was. I can't remember the number, but it was the first one to get the A rebuild. They were all E44s. This one that I'm getting was the first one to get the E44A rebuild. I don't have the sheet printed out, but I already have it all done. I got the Amtrak, or no, the Metra SD70 sheet done. I got the Yellow Jacket sheet done. I got the E44A sheet done. I have sheets for the Western Pacific bicentennials. I was going to get them, but I never got them. I don't even know what that would be. Not all rebuilds were better. Like, honestly, the rebuild on the Blue Goose actually gave it less traction effort. Where the hell did my book go? Oh, right there. No. It gave it about 1,000 more foot-pounds of torque. One of them, the rebuild actually made the engine worse. And I just like it because it has automatic pentagraphs. I guess it's a function button where you can raise and lower the direction you want to go. I don't know, but it's definitely it's been ordered because it's going to be the E44s that Rapido's doing is a one and done. They're never doing them again, they said. And even if they do it again, it'll be at least 10 years before they do it. You know, Rapido's rule is they don't rerun it until after 10 years, so. Too bad they only make Canadian steam engines. I bet they would sell a lot more steam engines if they made American. Yeah, Rapido's a Canadian company. They do American diesels, but they only do Canadian steam. I suggested, why don't they do a logging locomotive? Because that could be Canadian and American. A Climax, a Heisler, a Shay, you know, BLI already did the Shay. But they can do a different type of Shay. They can do a Class B or a C. They can do any of the Heislers. They can do any of the Climax. Oh, the one in the box? Yep, won't be doing it for at least 10 years. All I know is I can't wait until Christmas, man. We're gonna go Rapido mystery box crazy. Maybe we'll have stuff for sale, maybe we won't. All depends on what I get. I was actually looking at that because there was a hobby shop in Chicago that actually had one left, but they wanted $800 for it. Like, screw that shit. Because that's Chicago, Cook County taxing. Hell no, I'm never doing that again. My $899 Blue Goose turned into $1,000 with Cook County taxes. Granted, wait a minute. Are they past the border? Yeah, I think they might be in Cook County. I'll have to look at a map now. I'm curious. Because that might be in DuPage County, that might be in Cook County. Des Plaines is in Cook County. And that's where I got the Blue Goose from. That, and they were sold out everywhere at the time I was buying them. I could get anything, I could get all of them except for the 51 through 53. And I wanted the 51 through 53. Well, how the Blue Goose came about is some lady pushed a cart into my car, and that was insurance money. I ended up fixing the problem myself, the damage myself, but I got the insurance money. And that's what bought the Blue Goose. Was dumb blonde woman pushing cart into my car. And then I had to yell at the cop and tell him he was a fucking idiot that came to do the report. I made him look like a fool, and then he got pissed at me because he knew I was right. So he shows up. I got my trunk popped, and I'm sitting on my trunk, you know, the trunk part, with the person that pushed the cart. And he goes, okay, get into your car. I'm like, no, I'm not getting into my car. I'm going to sit right where I've been sitting. No, you get into your car. I looked at him, I go, dude, you seriously want to get in me? You want me to get into a car that you haven't cleared? How do you know I don't have a gun in there? I'm going to sit right where I've been sitting. You can't tell me where to fucking sit. He threatened to arrest me because of it. I remember saying, I hope you do, because I'll own your house. That's what it was. He said that I should sit in my car for officer safety. I'm like, first of all, there is no such thing as officer safety. That's something you people have made, you sovereign citizens that don't ever follow the laws, made up. Second of all, how is it officer safety? You telling me to sit in something you have no clue what's in there. Because that's how they get you. Remember the Eggcorn Cop? We all seen that. I'm sure we have all seen the Eggcorn Cop video. And if you haven't, that's a fucking crazy video. So, cop arrests dude, puts him in the back of his car. He's walking by the car, and Eggcorn falls off the oak tree and hit the roof of his car. He mag dumped every single bullet in his 9mm into his car, into his police cruiser with the prisoner in it, because he said he shot a gun at him, even though he's already searched him and there was no gun found when he put him in the car. I support cops, but I also support having them be accountable for what they do. Like, the qualified immunity, I don't think that should be a thing. I think if you do something, you should be able to go, you should have to go in to apply for qualified immunity. You shouldn't get it right off the bat. Then there was that video of the cop that arrested the lady and put her in the back of the squad car while the squad car was sitting on the train tracks. We can all imagine how this is gonna fucking end. Let's just say the lady got fucking paid. Holy shit. And I think both officers were actually fired for it. But man, did that train just, oh my God. It totaled that cop car. It hit that cop car with the lady in it, and it, man, that cop car flew like 50 feet. That was down in New Mexico or Arizona or something. I'm thinking desert state. Shit, I watched a video just earlier today. What the hell was it about? Then again, I've watched so many videos today. The guy was No, it was the girl that arrested. So in the town that they're in, the water comes out of the faucet like literally mud. It's not clear. It's a brown water, and people have told her that they've been hospitalized over it. So she's on the Facebook, and yeah, you know, people have told me that people have been hospitalized over this water, so don't drink it, and so on and so forth. Obviously, anyone that looks at this water, if they drink it, I mean, Jesus Christ. It was like chocolate milk coming out of the faucet. I mean, it was brown. But the chief of police ended up going and arresting her over it. And that's a violation of freedom of speech right there. You know, in that case, no, you don't get qualified immunity at all. You did it. You knew what you were doing. You know people can say what they want to say. Especially a reporter. Because she was a reporter lady. A local reporter. I'll be right back. Mile break. No. The Santa Fe is the Blue Goose. The daylight is, look up Southern Pacific 4449. That's what a daylight is. It's two-tone orange and black. You know what, we'll do that. We'll switch it out. I'll show you the daylight. Give me a second. Momentum. Hello. Stop. Thank you. Oh, I would have just beat her ass. The Daylight's still a real engine. It's 4449. The Freedom Train from the 70s. Currently, it's rail locked. It's over on the West Coast, and the railroad that's around it won't let it run on its rails, so it's stuck in its house, in its roundhouse. Hey, Three Spike. Oh, speaking of, I changed that loco. Where are we? Number 7. Built by Lima in May of 1941, serial number 7817, order number 1152 for the Southern Pacific Railroad, number 4449. It is a GS4 class, weighing 870,600 pounds. Its wheels leading 36-inch, driving 80-inch, trailing 45 and a half inch in a 484 configuration. Its boiler pressure is 300 pounds per square inch. Its top speed was 120 miles an hour. Tractive effort 78,650 pounds per foot. It was an oil burner. Estimated horsepower is 5,000. Its fuel capacity was 5,880 gallons of oil. 23,500 gallons of water. That is a hell of a fish tank right there. Its length was 110 foot, width 10 foot, height 16 foot 4 inches. In 1941, it was delivered in the Daylight scheme as delivered. Number boards under the smokestacks, no pilot trim. In 1946, they changed from small lettering on the tender to large lettering, and the number boards were moved to the mid-boiler as seen in this model. In 1950, it was transferred to freight repainted War Baby scheme, and the skirts were removed. In 1957, it was retired and stored at the Roundhouse in Bakersfield, California. In 58, it was donated and moved to Oaks Pioneer Park in Portland, Oregon. In 1974, it was moved from the park to the Hoyt Street Roundhouse in Portland, Oregon. In 75, it was returned to service in the Freedom Train paint scheme. Skirts were replaced, number boards were moved back to the original spots, underneath the smokestack, and pilot trim was added. In 1977, it returned to the Hoyt Street Roundhouse. In 81, it was moved to the Brooklyn Roundhouse in Portland, Oregon. In 81, it was returned to the daylight scheme. Number boards moved back to the freight position, and it entered excursion service. In 84, it ran the longest excursion trip in U.S. history, 7,477 mile round trip. In 1984, on the same trip, it broke its connecting plate for the drawbar connecting the tender in Del Rio, Texas. Luckily, they had enough steam to stop the locomotive, back it up, and hook it all back up. In 86, it appeared in the best movie of all, Tough Guys. Drama? What drama are you bringing? I don't see no drama. In 2000, they removed the white walls, and the number boards were put back into the original spots underneath the smokestack. In 2002, it was repainted the Freedom Train color due to 9/11. In 04, it was returned to the daylight as delivered scheme. In 2004, later in 2004, it was returned to the 2000 paint scheme. In 2012, it was moved to the Oregon Museum of Science and Industry in Portland, Oregon. In 2013, it exited excursion service for its 15-year inspection and overhaul. In 2015, it re-entered excursion service. And in 2022, it was forced out of excursion service by Oregon Pacific Railroad. Their claim was excessive rail wear. Fictional. In 2025, it went on loan to the museum here and restored into the 81 to 2000 version. And in 2028, it'll be up for its 15-year inspection and overhaul again. So, oh, sisters and brothers are never innocent. Never. I'm the fifth of 5 kids, man. The shit I heard, the shit that was done to me. So, what were some of the crazy things that happened? My brother, they were playing, my parents were out of town, gone or something. My brother, they decided were bored, so they started playing Garbage Men in the basement. And my brother pulled my sister's arm out of her socket. There was another time where, I can't remember who did this to who, but someone vacuumed up someone's foot because they wouldn't move their foot. They used to put me on a little, like, the kids' push cart with the little steering wheel, but they put my shirt around the back so I couldn't get off, and they would, like, push me as fast as they could down the hall and shit like that. Oh, Tough Guys is a great movie, man. The star is 4449. They ended up stealing the train and running it to Mexico. Was it David Spade was in it? I think it was David Spade. He helped them steal. He was a cop, but he helped them steal the locomotive. As a train lover, you might say that, but I know you won't, because once you see the movie, you will cry at the end. Even though it was completely fake, you would cry. And I know you would never do that to a steam engine. Pretty much at the end, they run it off the tracks and just bury it into the ground. Like, the whole driving wheels were in the ground. Obviously, in the movie, they dug a hole and put the tracks down, so it drove down into the hole, but yeah, you would never run a train off the track and just let it go. Bury it 5 feet into the ground. And somehow a water tank explodes? I mean, how the hell does that happen? Oh, great movie though. Definitely a must watch. Anyone that likes steam engines should watch that movie. Well, I mean, it was the 80s, man. You know, Die Hard, everything had to have an explosion. Honestly, if I had a steam engine to pick to steal, it wouldn't be a Northern. Definitely. Honestly, it would be an Atlantic, a 442. One of the some of the fastest locomotives is an Atlantic 442. You know, that a 442 actually beat an airplane. That's how fast the 442 was. Hell, if Isaac Bell could steal a 442 when he was still in high school or college, man, I'll take it. That's where he met the wrecker. Was it the wrecker he met? Yeah, I think that was the wrecker. And that's another great book to read. Clive Cussler, Isaac Bell series, The Wrecker. Oh man, there's so much stuff I got to do to this Illinois terminal. I want to paint the grate. I want to get the venting underneath the dynamic braking painted black inside. Oh, pardon me. I feel better. Do I have smoke in this? Yep. I don't know how much, but we have some. Neither. I try not to do painting like that. Just because my hands are too unsteady nowadays. If I had it done, I would take it to a place and have them do it. Hell, if my uncle ever called me back, I might pay him to. I know he used to airbrush. I don't know if he still does modeling. I don't know how they would do it, because my guessing is they would just water down black paint and then paint it in. Because the venting is still green. It's the inside, like seeing through the venting would be black. The grates are still the green color. I want the lower part, because it's a molded grill on those. So I want the dark on the, in the inset, but not the outset. That's not the right word I'm looking for. Anyway. But yeah, I do have an airbrush. I don't use it because I don't have a compressor or anything. It's an old Pache H dual stage my uncle gave me years ago. It's in the front room on my workbench. That's where my work table is, in the front room. I got like an 8-foot metal picnic table, like a 60s fold-out picnic table thingy. Maybe it's not 8 feet. Maybe it's like 6 feet. But that's where I do all my like building and stuff. You said I need AI. AI lover. Oh, I haven't built anything, and the last thing I really built was the station. Right now the Heisler's out there, because I detailed that up some. When I get the decoder, obviously it comes all apart. I'm going to pop the oil tanker back off and leave the coal out. Eventually, when I get the sound put into it, I got to cut the hole out for where the coal was, and I'm going to put a wood load in, because I'm going to keep the wood smokestack. So that's going to be my first wood burner. There's only one thing worse. Well, I don't even know if it would liking Rosie O'Donnell as an actor be worse or better than liking AI. I don't know. I'll have to think about that one. That's pretty damn close. AI, artificial intelligence. All the shitty YouTube videos with the fake voices, the computer voices, that's all AI slop crap. And you know it's real slop when the voice changes throughout the video. When the computer voice changes throughout the video, you know it's really bad. Man, you know, I'm still going to try to swing those cars. I got to figure out how to swing those cars. Because those cars would look really fucking good behind that locomotive. I'd actually have a full train. Originally I ordered the new Harman arch roof in the daylight scheme. The 6-car set. Hey Sheen. Welcome to hell. I'm your host. I majored in jackassery and minored in dickness. No, that's the wrong word. I minored in being a dick. There we go. That sounded better. I swear, I bitch about companies. I don't hold back. I just say it how it is. That's why most people hate me. Because they think I'm being rude. Why did I hear that change? No, I'm holding steady. Every once in a while on the DCS 52s, you'll get it right in between, like the two numbers, and it'll flip-flop. 15, 16, 15, 16, 15, 16. You got to either turn it up a little or turn it down a little, because you'll hear it. The chug will get more and less and more and less and more and less, and it's just annoying. I shouldn't lie. People don't like me because I tell them what to do. Because I'm trying to help them. That's honestly why people hate me. No. I'll have to disagree with that because I've never seen an episode where Toby broke down. Honestly, I don't know who the hell Duncan is. That must be that must be the new aged SJW Thomas. Like I know George Carlin Thomas. And what was the Beatle? Ringo? Is that who did? There was a Beetle, and then it was George Carlin. I know that Thomas. Do you know how bad it was when my daughter decided she liked Chuggington more than Thomas? I damn near flipped out. I admit it, I called my 2-year-old a dumbass for it. No, was she 2 years old? No, she wasn't 2 yet. She might have been like 1.5. I don't know. I started her off young though, man. I was teaching her trains and shit. She knew a Hiawatha and a Pennsylvania by that she was 1 year old. Because I had the Hallmark ornaments, the Lionel Hallmark ornaments of those 2 engines at the time. You know what I hope BLI comes out with? BLI, come out with a GS5. There was only 2 locomotives. It looks just like a GS4. You can do it right on the GS4 and just call it a GS5. Because the only thing different is the numbers. They did 2 GS5s. Each one had a different roller. One had Timken and the other one had something else in the roller bearings. Or maybe it was one had roller bearings and one had Timken? I can't remember. The differences were they had the experimental bearings. But I want one. And I'm surprised the GS5 has never been made. Even though the only difference between a GS4 and a GS5 is the number. So why hasn't a GS5 been made? And honestly, being that the front cover is a separate piece from the boiler, why can't they make a GS6? Or the GS64? They're coming out with a GS64 on a GS4 chassis. Stratsburg, are you in the Discord? Oh wait, no, it was polls we were talking about. Was it me and you, or was it me and Poles that were talking about the paint job on the Dreyfus? Because I just realized I can say what I want to in there, because that's mine. Can't say what I want to on YouTube because they'll fucking shut my channel down. Oh, would you fucking open? Jesus Christ. Okay, did Discord broke? I guess Discord broke on the phone? I don't know. Oh, no, there we go. Oh. HO. Oh, come on. I'll be right back because I got to go do voice type. Okay, I had to be a little bit racist there. I'm an equal opportunist racist. I'm racist to everybody. I hate everyone the same. BLI actually released the first painted prototype of the 250 steam engine club locomotive. I posted that, and I'll have to post that on YouTube. You know, the club locomotive that you don't need to be in the club to buy anymore? Those. Yeah. Needless to say, I won't be buying any more club locos from BLI because BLI doesn't realize that available exclusively only to club members means it's only available to club members and not you be able to find it in retail stores for a higher price. Their comment was, it's our product and we can do with what we want to it. And then, actually, no, you can't. By law, you can't. By law, you can get in trouble for selling them to retail stores, being that you've said they're exclusive for a club member only. Because that's deceptive practices or some shit like that. Like, I can go right now. Now, I paid $199 for my Club Loco, but I paid $30 for the membership. For like $10 more, I could have got it without the membership. At Denver, what is it? Denver. Oh shit! Denver Trains, Denver Models, something like that. You're a race? Okay. Uh, you slimy, ground-burning Pennsylvanian, you. It would be easier if you were from Ohio. The only thing I know of Pennsylvania, you got underground fires everywhere. See, if you were Ohioan, I'd just call you a meth head, because Ohio is known for meth heads. At least according to the study, Ohio had the largest population of meth heads in, was it 2020? Was the study I read? Oh, there you go. How's the meth? Is it good vintage today? Does meth have vintages? I mean, oh man, I can't wait until someone from France comes into my stream. I'm gonna pull out a page of Jeremy Clarkson's book. Shut up, you cheese-eating surrender monkeys. And then the UK is beans on toast. Or, well, according to Buff now, it's falafel on toast. For those that don't know who Buff is a representation of the B-52 bomber. The fat electrician. No, not the fat electrician. Crap, I can't remember the channel now. I just watched one of their videos this morning too. Oh, that's gonna annoy the shit out of. I gotta go look now. That's what it is. The channel is Habitual Line Crosser. When I grow up, I want to be just like Buff, the B-52. That guy says whatever the hell he wants. Yeah, I'm what they call an equal opportunity racist. Yep. At least I can say is you're all better than Californians. I have actually never gotten along with anyone from California. And I didn't even know they were from California. Until after I called him a dumbass. There was a big chunk in there. Whew. Always got to remember to blow out your tobacco pipe every once in a while. Oh, Florida? Florida just sucks, man. I went to Florida once. I was a kid. We went to my grandma's house in Pinellas Park. We go walking around the neighborhood. I go walking by the pond, and I'm standing in a big open spot in the reeds. And I'm just looking around, and my dad's yelling at me, "Get the hell out of there!" Not realizing that an alligator did that. It was like an alligator home. I'm walking around. In another reality, I was shit out by an alligator that day. At least, well, hopefully I gave him indigestion and like diarrhea and stuff. I made him sick, so. But that's just crazy. At least, for people that are living around there, they should have like signs up. Warning, don't go into areas like this. I honestly hated Florida. Oh my God. I liked going there and coming back. Was it on the way back or on the way there? We stopped by Fat Man Squeeze in Tennessee. That was great. I loved Fat Man Squeeze. But actually being in Florida, I hated it. Not as bad as I hated being in Albuquerque. When we went to Albuquerque, man, I kept having dreams. It was the first time I ever went out of state. No, we were in Florida first. But I kept having dreams of spiders. I'd wake, because I was sleeping on the couch that turned into a bed. You took the bed came out of the couch. I was in the front room. And I kept waking up at night and seeing the light in the hallway, the shadow of it, and my brain tricked myself into thinking it was a spider up on the ceiling. honestly, there's no better state than Illinois. I swear. We got awesome hobby shops in Chicagoland. And we got tons of shit to see. Then again, when we went to Albuquerque, I was maybe I'd say between 5 and 8. Listen, guy, when Sebastian's on the track, don't blow the goddamn horn. Let's just do the world a favor. How that kid is not in fucking jail is beyond fucking me. At that point, the parents should be in jail too. Well, you know about that, right? The kid Sebastian threw the switch and made the train crash into the car that was on the siding and derail and everything. It was like $1 million worth of damage. Destroyed an engine, destroyed a car, destroyed the track and all that shit. And he did that for views on his YouTube page. He actually threw the switch. They got videos of him going up into engines and actually turning the engine off because it was running. They got video of him messing with a switch heater, turning it on and shit like that. He just started, he liked fucking with shit. Oh, please. You know what? That's another thing. Autistic and OCD, and what's the other one? Shit. Oh shit. The military guys get it. They used to call it shell shock. Now they call it something else. But all that is like a catch-all for people. Post-traumatic stress, PTSD. That's the third one. Dude, anything can happen to you, and you get PTSD. I got a paper cut between my fingers once, and from then on, I hate using paper. I got PTSD over a paper cut. Who the fuck cares? Everyone uses that shit as excuse. Oh, I got PTSD. Oh, I'm autistic. No, you're not autistic. If you're hitting yourself in the head with a telephone, you know, and having a cork on your fork so you don't poke yourself in the eye, then I'll give you you're autistic. I know people who claim they're autistic or they got PTSD or they're OCD and they don't act anything like people that have artistic and PTSD and OCD and hell, we'll throw in ADHD too. To me, it's the same as saying like, oh, I identify as a female, or I identify as a toaster, or I identify as a dolphin. Hell, I seen some dude go, I identify as a fucking cat. Well, if you identify as a cat, get the fuck out of the road, because cats can't drive. Call animal control. The funny thing is try to say you identify as a doctor or a lawyer or something that actually requires schooling. Go ahead, try to say that. They'll laugh your ass out of the room. I wonder how long I can run these before one of the couplers fall off. So, are we having a gay old time here? If anyone from Norway is watching, they're probably fucking flipping out right now. Oh my god, he said gay, you can't say that. I can say it. You might not be able to, but I can. I don't live in your crappy country. I live in my crappy country. Oh, so I watched this video of this lady. She moved out of the country and went to Canada because she didn't want to be here with Trump. And now she's begging for money because she can't afford anything because she can't get a job in Canada for like 6 months. How's that better country? How's that better country for you there? There's times I hate this country. There's times I don't agree with what's going on, but it is by far the best country on this planet. Well, I haven't really researched Abu Dhabi yet. Not Abu Dhabi, the United Arab Embassy, wherever the hell Abu Dhabi is. That one country. Well, I mean, like Canada. They always say, oh yeah, we got free healthcare. Okay. Steven Crowder grew up in Canada. And he says the healthcare fucking sucks. He had some heart problem and he had to wait to get it fixed. In America, they would just fix it. Sure, you got to pay for it, but you get the shit done. You don't have to wait. Can you imagine? Oh yeah, I'm having a heart attack. Yeah, you're gonna have to come back next week. You know, because that's your appointment. Shit, you got people getting arrested for Facebook posts over in the UK. That's just fucking crazy to me. America. Because again, you wouldn't have to wait. You could get it done. You could have your life saved before it was too late to save it. I actually went to Canada, and it was stupid, I thought. We would have been in Detroit, and we would have went over the bridge through there, so I don't know what town we were in, but we ended up getting kicked out. So we had to go back to America, get rid of our shit that my mom had, like her mace and stuff, and then we went back for, I think it was lunch or something, and the food there sucked. I did not enjoy the food at all. Dude, I know some of my neighbor just moved to the UK, supposedly. And I'm like, dude, you're a moron. Oh no, I'm going to live in the UK, man. We got all this land and da-da-da. I'm like, dude, you're stupid. They're arresting people for butcher knives in their kitchens. This was back in the early, late 80s, early 90s, it would have been. My mom had a mace container on her keychain. It wasn't real. It was a dummy mace, because at the time people were like, mace just started coming out for widespread use. And my mom had one on her keychain as a preventative. The person sees the mace and they go, oh, back then they'd be like, oh, I'm not messing with them. So she had a dummy mace, and they ended up kicking us out of, we went over the bridge, we paid to get over the bridge, and we were in Canada, and they kicked us out because she had the mace. My mom's like, it's not even full, it's dummy. Here, just throw it out. No, we can't even throw it out. You got to go back to America to throw it out. No, mace. Like the shit that you spray at people's eyes. It was a dummy container back then. Because I remember she even pushed it. She's like, look, it doesn't even work. It's not real. I don't trust any country that doesn't allow you to have free speech and a gun. Even though they might say you have free speech, you really don't, because you have no way to protect it. I watched the trucker convoy, man. I had people in there that I knew from the fish group. And the shit I saw there, man, I wanted to get in my car and drive up there. You can't have guns in California or Canada, so no one had guns there. And then the cops come with machine guns, actual real machine guns. You know, fully automatic machine guns, and they were stealing fucking like tanker trucks full of gas from people. They would just pull up, hook it up to their truck, and drive it away. They wouldn't even let them give it a chance to move it. Nope, we're just taking it. What the hell am I at that? That would be the C30, number 13. Oh, I'm only at 150. Oh yeah, I could go up. We'll try 175. Oh man, I gotta hit the head again. Bio brake. Whew. Mountain Dew goes right through you. Boy. I nicknamed the Conrail the Devil Engine. It looks really mean when you look at it right from the front with its red class lights. Oh yeah. When you smoke unfiltered tobacco out of a pipe, every once in a while you get a like a strong bad hit and you cough. It's really bad when you have a backfire and you suck a piece of like tar out of the pipe. Oh, you can see it? Oh, well, no. Oh yeah, you might be able to see it in the station cam. Oh. Okay, guys, you're gonna have to deal with the fan sound because it's getting hot as fuck in here. Whew, that feels better. I can feel it already. Is the heat still on? Nope. I was thinking maybe I forgot to turn the heat off. Nope, it's off. It just got hot in here all of a sudden. I'm having a hot flash. What's it called? I'm going through menopause. There you go. Or I'm pregnant. One of the two. I have been craving chocolate lately, so maybe I am pregnant. I don't know. Shit, I went and got a gallon of chocolate milk this morning and I drank it all already. And now with the fan, there we go. Allergy time, gotta love it. Oh, no, you know what? I didn't take my medicine. Maybe that's why I'm getting hot. Okay. Should be good again in about a half hour. I can usually tell when I need to take my medicine because I can feel my blood get thick. But I also get hot. I actually think I'm immortal. I've been shot. I've been stabbed. I've had first, second, and third degree burns. I had a major widowmaker heart attack. And I was still walking around and functioning perfectly. I was just in pain. The doctor couldn't believe it. I was still walking around. They were trying to transfer me from the ambulance gurney to the hospital bed. And I'm like smacking their hands away and shit. And I'm like, I'll move myself, damn it. Man, I love looking at art, so I have no problem with artistic people. I have a limitation on what I can stand. I knew a guy that lived in town here. At one point, I rented my basement out to him and stuff for storage. His kid, now I don't know if he was artistic or not. I don't know what the hell it was. But the kid would go and use my bathroom. And man, I actually yelled at the kid. And I ended up telling my buddy, I'm like, listen, this got to stop. There's only one way to do this. He would go to the bathroom and not flush. And there would be no toilet paper in there either. So I pretty much told him, you can't bring him around here no more. Being that, you know, if you're not wiping your ass after you take a dump, I don't even want to know what your fucking hands are like, and you're walking around my house touching shit. So the other day, I was at the grocery store. I ordered me a cake. Chocolate, double chocolate, 2 layers of chocolate cake, strawberry in between, white frosting, and flowers everywhere because I love my frostings. I haven't had cake in like shit. Years and years I haven't had cake. I bought a cake this year. I'm eating a cake. I want to eat so much cake, I shit frosting the day after my birthday. No, I'm eating the whole damn thing. I haven't celebrated my birthday in like 20 years. I'm gonna buy myself a cake this year. Why did that sound like it came from over there? Wow, I swear to God, I'm hearing shit. I could have sworn I just heard from my right-hand side, which is my closet door, the air hiss from a train. I don't think the cake would last until, you know, when I ship it to you. It wouldn't. It would be like all fucked up by then. It would look like a fat guy sat on it on a bus. Picture Chris Farley sitting on a piece of cake. That's what it would look like. This engine looks so much better with the silver horn. Oh my God. Man, the fun's been going on. The fun started as soon as I started talking. Why did I think of a song? You know, seriously, as soon as he said that and I read it, I thought of that TikTok song. Where the party, something about the party just starting because I'm walking in. Some old ass song. I'm Beth and you're not. Maybe I am a Beth. I just don't know it. I haven't found out I identify it as it yet. How's it going? I haven't seen you here. What's up? Welcome to hell. No, not TikTok, the app. The song. It was a girl singing it. It was like TikTok around the clock. Something about a party. I don't know. I'm not a big music guy. I use music as just noise when I'm driving in a car. I really don't listen to music. Well, Beth, welcome to hell. Just so you know, I majored in jackassery, and I minored in being a dick. Those that have watched know this is a totally different than any other train stream. There is no politically correct bullshit. Shit, honestly, nothing's off the table. Well, crime stuff is off the table. You gotta pay attention to the law. We've been even known to talk about sports, religion, and politics in this channel. Even though sports are stupid. That being said, I'll still root for an Illinois team. Which luckily I get to root for one less team because the Bears are leaving. So I don't have to root for them anymore. That's going to piss off my friend. Oh, that's really going to piss off my friend. Oh, I'm going to start shit now. I just realized with the Bears leaving Illinois, I don't have to root for their asses anymore. Because I only root for Illinois teams. Ha ha. And yeah, you can say any veiled threat you want. You ain't gonna do shit. I'm trying to start a fight. A friend of mine loves the Bears. Loves the Bears. And I like just poking at them that, because I'm not a sports guy, I'll make fun of and root for the same people at the same time. Schools are for losers, man. They don't teach you shit. Really, like everything I've learned, I've never used anything I've learned in school. Oh, I remember those days. It was fun when it started. I would hate to date right now, though. Oh my god. Fucking... The shit I've seen, you know, people dating, the shit I've seen lately, oh my god. It's like a bunch of frickin' morons. I was watching this one video, the girl's like, yep, I want him to make this much amount, I want him to make over $100,000 a year, and he has to have a nice car, and I'm not doing anything. No, that's not how it works, bitch. Get your ass in the kitchen and cook something. You want all that shit? You better bring something to the table. Man, I really want to get more of these flat cars. Dapper Dev? No, never heard of it. We'll get a little cowbell. We'll get a cowbell chorus going. Well, it's not women that destroyed dating. It's the young. No offense, it's the younger generation. You kids nowadays. You all gotta be on your phone and shit. You do everything. Man, back in the day, we had to actually talk to people and interact with people and learn how to interact with people. And then, that's what gave us a thicker skin. That when someone calls us a dumbass, we can go, yeah, well, what's your point? And not cry for 3 weeks. And dye our hair purple and blue. Dude, honestly, half the things you kids do nowadays, you would have gotten your ass just lit up in high school back in the day. You would really know what bullying. You younger kids would really know what bullying was if you went back in the day. Online bullying. That's not bullying. That's just talking. You're the one that reads it. You can choose not to read it. Hey, man, I'm sorry. You youngins, you're a special kind of crazy. The questions I could ask one of you kids, and you would never be able to get the fucking answer. Like, I've seen so many younger of the generation not be able to figure out what the fucking answer is, even though the answer's in the question, pretty much. One of the questions was, what's the closest state to Africa? Oh my God. Some crazy dumbass said Washington. No, I'll admit I'm not going to be, like, if you ask me where a country is, I might not know, because the countries that I know are from back in the day. There's a lot of old countries have gone away and new countries come up. But man, I honestly weep for the future, because no offense, you kids, you'll never be able to deal with life, because you didn't grow up having to deal with people. You were always on your texting and talking to people online and shit. That's how you all do shit now, from what it sounds like. What's really funny is watching videos of kids trying to figure out, like, old rotary phones. That's fucking hilarious. I love that. Which, it doesn't add up. Because when I was a kid, we had rotary phones, but I still knew how to use an old phone that didn't even have a dial on it. which would be like nowadays, you know, dealing with rotary phones. How the hell do you kids not know how this shit work, you know? See, and that's the, man, oh my, if my kid was still alive, they wouldn't have a phone. Go outside and play. Damn it. See that bright thing outside? It's called the sun. Dude, I remember I would leave the house at like 7 o'clock in the morning and I wouldn't get home until like 9 o'clock at night. I was out the whole damn day. And then once we come home, that's when the whole night tag thing started. We'd be out until midnight still on our street, just running around playing tag, climbing up in people's trees and shit, hiding. Shit, there was one time, me and my buddies were on BMX bikes. We skitched to Chicago. We skitched like 40 miles down the highway, hanging on the semi-trucks on the highway. This was before cell phones, so we didn't get the cops called on us. I'm predicting it's going to be this coupler that breaks next. Man, we did crazy shit when I was a kid. We were at my buddy's house. Oh. Man, I can't even remember his name. His parents were out of town, though, for the weekend. So we raided, this was in middle school. Raided the liquor cabinet at his house. At the time, my best friend was playing with a knife, thinking he was like Kung Fu Hui. And he's sitting on the footstool of their brand new, like, chair set and couch set. And he sliced the cushion right open with the knife on accident. Later that night, we got the BB gun out, put the piece of glass we found up against the garage door, shooting the glass, breaking it, not realizing the BBs are going through the glass, through the garage door, and out into the street, and hitting the car that's in the driveway. Oh man, we got his ass beat. I remember he literally did not sit down for a week after that. He would stand up for lunch and everything. It was crazy funny. Oh, that's easy. Grandmas are easy, man. Hey, how did you live when you were a kid? You went out all willy-nilly. I can almost guarantee you Your grandmother did shit that would make what I did look like day camp. I mean, hell, watch Grease. Look at the shit that they do in Grease. Now, I'll tell you something about Grease. Grease, so the character Rizzo in Grease is who wrote the story of Grease. The person that actually wrote Grease, I don't know if it was a play or a story, but it was turned into a movie. The person that wrote it went to Taft High School in Chicago, the same high school my parents went to. Danny Zuko and everything was a senior when my dad was a sophomore. My parents were sophomores or something like that, and they were seniors. But it was at the same school. Man, I am just wasting a lot of tobacco today. Holy shit. I got a lot of vacuuming to do later. And you want to know the really crazy thing? In Taft High School, to this day, they don't use it, but to this day, it has a shooting range in it. Back in the day, they used to teach kids how to shoot guns in school. Well, it's not porn anymore. They can't. There's a law. You can't. All schools are gun-free zones. You can't have a shooting gallery in a school no more. Which is another stupid thing. Gun-free zone. That's pretty much saying, hey, let's have a mass shooting zone. The reason we didn't have a lot of mass shootings back in the day is, one, like I said, they were taught how to handle guns and responsibility of guns and shit in school. Two, they would just beat the shit out of each other. And the next day they were fine again. Okay, so this goes off, and this goes off. This gets unhooked. This gets parked. We're going to switch out locos again. Oh my God, that SC70 takes forever to shut off. Good God. Oh man, we used to play with fire all the time. When I'm done with this, I'll tell you about the bonfire incident. And okay, I gotta spin that all the way around. I need tail. Non-tail. Okay, we're getting that set up. While that turns around, I'm going to go take a lap around the house. Oh. Alrighty, we're right on schedule. And I just got there. Okay, and that's straight. Now reverse. Okay, that would be right is 3316. Oh, nope, wrong way. Alrighty. Okay, now that that's set. So, it's maybe 10, 15 years ago. I'm with my woman at her friend's house. Her friend's dad just so happened to be the fire chief of the town. And it was my job to start the bonfire in their backyard. Now, the bonfire was maybe 15 feet circle diameter. It was huge. They cut down a tree. So I figured it was because they just cut the tree down, so it's fresh wood. It's going to be real hard to burn. Okay, go to the gas station, get a gallon of gas. Come back, dump it all over. A little bit I have left, I make a light, you know, a line to about 30 feet away. Put the lighter to the gas, the line, you know, the line of gas. The fumes go up. It gets to the bonfire spot, and it doesn't do anything. I'm like, what the hell? And then it did something. Holy shit, I had a 50-foot mushroom cloud. Blew out all the windows of the dude's house, the fire chief's house, his neighbor's houses. We had 3 different town fire departments there because the mushroom cloud was that high. Holy shit, he almost got fired for it. It was such a big ignition that it actually picked up now this was about I'd say 6-inch diameter log that was maybe 10 feet long, and launched it 2 streets over. They found it. Now this was flat cut. It wasn't pointed or anything, but it speared itself into the ground by 4 foot. Needless to say, they never let me start a fire ever again. Alrighty, so day 112. Okay, so track number 1, built by EMD in October of 1952, serial number 16785, order number 2054, for the Pennsylvania Railroad, number 5716A. It was an E8A, weighed 315,000 pounds. It was 36-inch wheels in an A1A plus A1A configuration. Its engine was a 12-5 1.67B V12 times 2. 117 mile top speed. Tractive effort 56,500 pounds per foot. It was a diesel with 2,250 horsepower. Its fuel capacity was 1,200 gallons. Its length 70 foot 3 inches, width 10 foot 7.5 inches, height 14 foot 7 inches. In 1960, it was renumbered to 5716. So, because in the 60s, Pennsylvania Railroad dropped their alphanumeric and went to all numeric. In 1966, it was repainted the Tuscan Red Scheme. In 1968, it was transferred to Penn Central and repainted PC Midnight Scheme, which was all black. In 1971, it was transferred to Amtrak, numbered 4316, and painted in the Day 1 scheme, as you see it here. In 1971, it was repainted in the Phase 1 scheme. In 1973, it was renumbered to 322, and in 77, it was renumbered to 461. In 1980, it was retired. Fictional, in 1981, bought by the museum, restored to Amtrak Day 1 scheme. Eight. So, on line 2, built by Alco in June of 1943, serial number 70174, order number S1879 for the Union Pacific Railroad, numbered 3985. It was a class 4664-4, in essence a heavy Challenger, weighing in at 1,073,900 pounds. Its wheels, leading truck 33-inch, driving 69-inch, trailing truck 36-inch and 45-inch respectively in a 4664 configuration. Boiler pressure was 280 pounds per square inch. Top speed was 70 miles an hour. Tractive effort was 97,350 pounds per foot. It was a coal burner with an estimated horsepower of 5,800 horse. Fuel capacity was 56,000 pounds of coal, 25,000 gallons of water. Its length was 121 foot 10 inches, 121 foot 10 3/4 inches, 11 foot 2 inches wide, 16 foot 2 inches high or tall. In 1957 it was stored. In 62 it was retired. In 63 it was repainted and placed as display for the 1963 NRHS convention. Later, after that, it was stored in the Cheyenne Roundhouse. In 75, it was placed on display at the Cheyenne Depot. In 79, the employee volunteers started the restoration. In 81, it was restored and placed into excursion service at Rail Fair, that's all, folks. Rail Fair 1981. Words are hard. Bear with me. In 1990, it was converted to oil with a 6,450 gallon capacity. In 91, it went to Rail Fair 91. In 92, it went to the National Railroad Historical Society's convention. Later in 92, it was selected to pull the Clinchfield Santa train as Clinchfield number 676. In 93, it masqueraded as both 3967 to the destination and 3718 from the destination. And the destination was the peak of the mountain. For the 40th anniversary of the Rocky Mountain Railroad Club excursion. Being that the first excursion, 3967 pulled it halfway up to the top of the mountain, and 3718 pulled it the rest of the way down the mountain. So that's why they did that. In 93, it went to the NRHS convention. In 2010, it was the last run for UP, pulling the Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey circus train. After that, it was stored in the Cheyenne Roundhouse due to poor maintenance and extreme damage. Or I should say heavy damage. In 2020, it was finally retired. In 2022, it was transferred to the Railroad Heritage of Midwest America in Silvis, Illinois, the old Chicago and Rock Island yard there. And fictional, in 2011, it went on loan to the museum. In 2020, it finished its restoration to operation condition by the museum, and its 15-year inspection and overhaul will be in 2035. Yeah, Rock Island. That's what I said, right? The Rock Island Silvis Yard. And on the inside is number 19. Now, let me give you a little bit of an ES58 ACI is the exact same exterior as an ES44. So that's how I'm getting away with this. And track number 3, built by GE in April of 2026, serial number 200, order number 2. The road was U.S. Navy, number 44. It was an ES58 ACI, weighing in at 430,000 pounds, 42-inch wheels in the CC configuration. It had a Gevo 16 V16 engine. Its top speed was 110 miles an hour, tractive effort of 200,000 pounds per foot. It's a diesel engine with 6,200 horsepower, fuel capacity of 6,200 gallons, length 74 foot 6 inches, width 9 foot 11 inches, height 15 foot 5 inches. Obviously this is all fictional. In 2026 it was purchased new to cover any duty on the museum grounds. And honestly, I would never have bought that 44 engine. It's not something I would ever have bought. I bought it because that was $160 for a BLI Paragon 4 DCC sound with smoke. Yeah, this thing has smoke. Although I really don't run smoke on the diesels. Yeah, it was on their shelf. That's what I'm saying. When you walk into Lombard, there's a shelf right by the door of like clearance and just stuff they're trying to get rid of. I don't know why. It runs fine. Nothing is broken on it. I went through it everywhere. There's no missing parts or anything like that. So I don't know why it was in the, let's get rid of it pile, but they also had an Aurora Miniature, or Aurora Miniatures, I think it was the company, a DCC sound locomotive for $160. I couldn't tell you what it is now. I couldn't even tell you. I don't even know what railroad it was. It was just letters. It was a gray locomotive with, was it yellow or orange letters? CG, GC, ICE, I don't know. But that's the only reason I bought that loco, is because it was only $160. Dude, I'm a great deal finder. Shit, I only paid, was it $212 for my 5-set DLR, the passenger car set? All 5 cars, only $212. They were on sale. Man, I saw it, I bought it right then and there. That was from Factory Direct. But the reason I don't like getting excuse me, fictional type locomotives is because to make a history, there really is none. Like the Commodore, the 250th anniversary Commodore that I'm getting, that's going to be built by the museum also. Kind of like the T1 Trust is building the T1. Gorgeous locomotive. I love the paint. I mean, seeing it in the picture, I never wanted it, but seeing it in life, the paint is just gorgeous on it. And there's shit. It even has a star on the top of the locomotive, the star with the bars that's right next to the 44. Although I still think they put the horns on backwards on the ES44. Because I've seen pictures, and the ES44 has a lot of horns facing the front of the locomotive and only one facing the rear. But on these, there's a lot of horns facing the rear and only one facing the front. So I think they put them in backwards. What I'm going to try to do is next time I have one of the shells off, I'm going to try to see if I can take something and poke the horn from the inside out. So I can poke it, push it out of the shell so I can place it back into the shell the correct way. Well, no, like I said, I've seen the real horns on these locomotives, and there's a bunch of them facing forward and only like one or two facing backwards, where this is a lot of them facing backwards and only the one or two facing forward. To me, it's just kind of, it's silly. And logically, it doesn't even make sense. Because you'd want more horns facing, in the direction you travel. Yeah, I'm going to be bad. I'm going to go get another glass of chocolate milk. I seriously might be pregnant. Man, I'm going into my second gallon today. It's crazy. shit, man. That's crazy. Put this over here for now. I didn't catch what radio it was, so I couldn't tell you what department it was, but someone just took a pop shot at a fire department dude. Only when I identify as one. Usually when I get pulled over for a ticket. Hello, officer. No, I don't know why you pulled me over. You must have just wanted to look at my butt. Oh. How are we on smoke on this one? Do we got smoke? Nope, I don't see any smoke. So let's smoke it up. I need that, and that. Always be mindful of your smoke fluid on your locomotives. Especially if it's an oil base. Man, will it collect the dust. And if you have a smoke engine, you always want one of these. A baby snot snucker outer. There we go. It's for babies. When babies' nose gets stuffed up, obviously you can't tell them to blow. So what you do is you go like this and stick it up their nose and then let it suck out the snot. Obviously this was never used on a baby. I bought this brand new from the dollar store, but it's really good to hold it, and instead of blowing down into the smokestack, you can just use this. The fan ruins all the smoke, but I gotta have the fan on. You still get one good shot from the camera. ice cream sounds good too, man. Damn you. Damn you, Scuba Steve. Now I want ice cream too. But the nice thing about BLI, they have smoke for one, the steam engines, but some of them actually have steam whistle. The Challenger and the FEF2 and the FEF3 all have steam whistle because their whistle is right next to the smoke stack. Honestly, I think the Blue Goose could have had a steam whistle too. Granted, the steam whistle on the Blue Goose is on the side of the locomotive instead of on the top of the boiler. But you could have still, like, shot the smoke out sideways or something. I don't know. Or even, you know, right up on top. Little pinhole, that's where it comes out. The Shays, they shouldn't even made those with smoke. The Shay smoke units, because they're not the same smoke units as these. All these BLI locomotives all have the same smoke unit. They're the HO version with a fan in it. You can adjust the fan to shoot the smoke out faster and higher and all that shit. The Shay, because it's such a small boiler, it has the N scale smoke unit in it. Which, this is what the smoke unit looks like for the N scale. That's it. There's no fan to it. It just, I just don't like them. It doesn't vaporize the smoke. It like spits it out. I usually don't run smoke. It's more like for viewing. But I buy good smoke. I buy JT Mega Steam. Right now I got the wood burning stove or wood stove or something like that smell. It's not as strong as I want it. I'm gonna go with campfire next time. But one of the first things I do with all my locomotives, my BLIs, again, the Shay is a different story. That's like a hybrid. I'm just talking about HO stuff, HO smoke units. I reset CV 246 to 4. Yeah, it's originally 132. I take away the 128. The 128 stipulates when you hit the F8 startup, it starts the smoke unit. And I don't like that. I want to turn the smoke unit on. So you take away the 128 figure, which leaves 4. And what that does is it defaults the smoke unit to off when you start it. So you, like I said, you have to start it and stop it yourself. And it still enables you, because like I said, the smoke unit's 128, so you have that 4 left over. If you do it to just 0, like the manual says, you're taking away the setting, that number 4 setting, because you're dealing with 2 different settings in that one CV. The default smoke unit, on or off, and programming while moving. The book says its stock is 128, not 132. The books are raw, which I have told BLI about, and hopefully they'll fix them at one point. But the book says it's 128, just make it 0. But when you make it 0, you're getting rid of the 128 plus that other setting, which is being able to program stuff while it's moving. Which is really good for like the chug sound and the prime mover, because you want that moving when you're setting the sound, so because at idle it's quiet. When it's going, it's louder. We'll turn the smoke off for now. Oh, can I do shaving a haircut? There you go. There's your shaving a haircut. Now the Shays setting, again, because that's different, is totally different. Its stock setting is 196 or something like that. It has the 128 for the smoke, the 4 for the programming while moving, and the I'm not doing math in my head right now, but the remaining of the difference, I want to say it's 60 something, is because of it's a different chug. It ignores the wheel sensor, because the wheel sensor is set up for a double chug, not a triple chug. Yeah, sorry. I watched Who Framed Roger Rabbit a bit earlier today. I got shaving a haircut on my brain. See, that's one thing you can do with lock sound easier than BLI. You can do shaving a haircut a lot easier on lock sound, because the BLI has the playable horn, and when you're doing the double tap for the shaving a haircut 2 bits, it reads it as a double tap, and it does its it does its special horn, which it didn't do. Yeah, that one. Like, man, I would love for BLI and Rapido to get together and do a collab. BLI programming, Rapido sound, because Rapido does great sound. They go out to the actual Locomotive and do a bunch of different recordings and shit. Granted, BLI did the same thing with with the 3985. They did custom or brand new recordings and shit, I guess, for the Club Loco. But like on Rapido, I would love a grade crossing and a warning horn. Honestly, I don't think there's anything, I mean, I can't say I want anything besides what the BLIs have. I love the Rapido passenger cars, although I wish it would do 18-inch radius, which it doesn't. It doesn't even like my 19-inch radius. They don't make one. You might be able to find one on eBay. They did make one. They don't make one right now. Although I did see, not too long ago, I did see one pop up in the refurb shop. Ooh, pardon me. I want to say 4-ish. Honestly, I can't remember. I mean, I'm on BLI refurb shop 3-4 times a day. So I'm seeing, looking at all the different prices of everything. I really don't remember it unless I buy it. Although it was a Paragon 3. That was one of the reasons why I didn't really look into it more. I don't like Paragon 3. For the sole fact that the big thing is it doesn't have Keep Alive, and it doesn't have setting 14 on the warning horn. It only has setting 6. And the difference is setting 6, the local, it'll start blowing the warning horns and the local will move at the same time. Setting 14, it holds the locomotive until it's done with the warning horn and then it starts. Although, I mean, I can't, I should actually ask them about that GG one, because that's a Paragon 3, although a late Paragon 3, because you can hook up a Keep Alive to it. It doesn't have a setting 14. I have it on setting 6, but they must have drive holded it for like a couple seconds before it'll start. They're nice looking. Dude, the Streamline. I mean, honestly, all Streamline locomotives look nice. Art Deco, Streamline, Bullet Nose. They're kind of all the same. Ew. Well, that was that was bad. Chocolate milk with a Mountain Dew chaser. Nope, does not work. This was actually the day one was actually my first Rapido engine. It comes in a nice wood box. A great loco. I love it. The Conrail was the second one I got. That I got with the mystery box. And I like I double one. Actually, I triple one. I got a locomotive I've never had before, and I don't have. It was a Conrail, and luck of the draw, it was 6600, which was the first in that batch. Whole milk chocolate milk is better than Mountain Dew. Sadly, no one makes whole milk anymore. All chocolate milk is like 1% skim milk shit. Yeah, I was lucky to get the Challenger. So I joined the club and bought the Western Maryland because originally I didn't think I'd ever get the Illinois terminal because it was a distributor exclusive and none of the hobby shops around me dealt with that distributor. So there's no way for me to order it. So I joined the club and I got the Western Maryland. I ordered that, and then like 2 or 3 weeks later, they had an extra unit. It wasn't a refurb, it was an unclaimed extra unit. So I snacked it up. And then I got pissed because a week later there was a two-tone gray one, which is the one I'd rather have had. Again, to go along with I don't want any real running locomotives because of the history. Granted, the two-tone gray one is a real locomotive, but it's on static display. But luckily, I got $39.85, and I actually love it because that was actually my favorite UP locomotive. Everyone's all 4014. Screw 4014. $39.85, that blows it away. The Challengers were actually better than the big boys anyway. That's why they kept buying so many Challengers instead of the big boys. Now it kind of works out because Athearn is coming out with a big boy in two-tone gray, oil burner, with the smoke shields. And the number it is actually had smoke shields. So, oh yeah, it's at Silvis. But I'm hopeful because I do want a big boy, but I do not want 4014. I want a two-tone gray one, but I also want oil burner, and BLI doesn't do oil. The only oil burner big boy they do is 4014. So BLI, you're out of the running mark for that because you only give coal tenders. The only way to get an oil tender is 4014, which I think sucks. While I love, because this is a museum aspect, a lot of places are getting rid of coal because they're making it harder and harder and more expensive to run coal. You have to have all this insurance because the coal makes sparks and you can start fires and all that shit. Oil doesn't do that. That's one of the reasons why Union Pacific oil converted $39.85 in 1990. They got tired of getting fined for starting fires along the track because it was a coal cinders. I wish the shays were coal or oil. If I had a choice on the Yellow Jacket, I would have opted for a coal version. Or not a coal version, an oil burner version versus the coal that I'm going to be getting. Granted, the engine was only in coal, but looking at you know, people that run layouts like mine, a current layout, not many people run coal. They'd be running the oil. It's cheaper, you can get it everywhere. I want to say it's 4017. I'd have to look. Like I said, it's an Athearn locomotive in the Genesis line. They're coming out later this year, I guess, with a line of big boys. And one of them's two-tone gray, oil burner, tender, and it has the smoke shields. $40.19, maybe that, I don't know. Like I said, I'd have to look it up. And I'm too lazy to get up again. The laptop I use is barely able to run YouTube. Just watching YouTube, let alone trying to look up something while doing it. A whopping 8 gigabytes of RAM only. I was thinking megabyte. Hell, the hard drive in this thing's a 5400 RPM. Ugh. Takes me like 20 minutes to start this sucker up. And honestly, I'm still confused on why the big boy is called the big boy, when everyone called their locomotive, all the engineers and shit called their locomotives she's. They were all women locomotives. Why they call it a big boy, I don't know. The only engines I came up with names for are the logging locomotives. Number 7 is Irene, number 14 is Eleanor, and number 4 is Kimberly. Yeah, I know. They wrote it on the smoke box, but that employee was a fucking retard because, again, everyone called their locomotive she's. Planes are she's, ships are she's, trains are she, everything is a she. Come on, you stupid app. Could I be feeling a storm for Wednesday already? Maybe. Hey, Leo, what's up? Oh, man, you're finally home? Oh, you're... Uh-oh. Who pissed you off? Need me to come down there and bust some heads? Actually, I can't right now. My car is broken. I'm getting it fixed on... in 3 days? I drove my car out to 50 miles away to my parents' house. Man, I did not like that drive. That car drives like shit with this part broken. Restaurant wouldn't let Leo in without a card and other proof he's a... Oh, they can't ask you that. Oh, man. Oh, you're going to get paid. You can't ask about for the dog's license. That restaurant is going to be called Leo and Pose soon. And remember, don't fire the employees, just fire the manager who told the employees what to say and do. It's not their fault. The manager's a fucking retard. I mean, shit, it's 2026 for shit's sake. How do they know they can't ask that? I would have made him call the cops. I would not have left and made them call the cops. Because the cops would have been like, dude, you can't do that. You can't ask them that. You have to serve them. Oh, wait. Ooh, do a Facebook post. They wouldn't serve you. They're racist. Because whenever someone doesn't do anything, they're racist nowadays, right? Well, you could have still done the ADA. The fact that they asked you was an ADA violation right there. Doesn't matter if they let you stay or not. The fact that they asked you was the crime. You know what's really annoying is my pipe is leaking somewhere, but I don't see where it's leaking. I got tar getting on my hands, but I don't see where the tar is coming out. Actually, I don't think they can even ask that. At least here in Illinois, you can't ask that. Well, the fact of the matter is this pipe is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah, 6 spots, but being that I hold it, I don't see it coming out where I hold it. I don't know where the hell I keep getting it on my hands from. Night, Stratford. Oh, Pose, you didn't hear. So they're sending me out another Western Maryland unit. That, the water tower cam, the white and red unit. I don't know. I still don't know who the hell's unit I got. Because my unit's still at BLI. But they're double checking everything before they send it. Because this one they removed the ducking on. So I thought this was actually mine. So they're making sure the ducking is removed on the new one and putting a sticker on it. And they're going to try to work out the short horn problem. And then they're going to send me a label, and I'm sending this one back. Even though the club locomotive doesn't mean jack shit anymore, because they say you have to buy the club membership to buy the locomotive. Yet, and in the thing it says exclusively for club members. Yet you can find them in stores. I can't wait to go to a train show where BLI is at. Because whoever I'm with, I'm gonna say it really loud, not yelling, but I'm gonna say it loudly about how BLI screws its customers and lies to them and tells them a club loco is for club members only, and then sells them to retail outlets. And that's what they said. There are units, Craig, I can't remember the dude's name. The heavyset guy in the BLI video. I actually talked to him on the phone. He goes, there are units and we have the right to sell them to whoever we want. And I'm thinking to myself, no, you don't. Because you made a type of a contract by saying this locomotive is only available exclusively to club members. You said that. It's still on your website as of right now. Even to this day, it's on their website saying that. Deceptive advertising, I would say. Needless to say, I'm not buying any more Club Locos because they're Club Locos, which is what I've been doing. I mean, I have a feeling I know why they're selling these units to stores. It's because they did them wrong, and so many people said no, they didn't want a wrong locomotive that they have tons of them. But again, that's you problem. You made them wrong. You're stuck with a bunch of wrong locomotives. Write it off as a loss. Honestly, I'm kind of on the fence on the whole refurbish thing in the refurbish shop. That being said, I did benefit myself by buying an extra unit that was unclaimed, although I was in the club. I got my 10% off of it, of the price, but I paid, shit, $500 for that fucker? When the club people paid $3.99. Question with the track separators. Can I run the DCC and a regular train? Right. So if what you're saying is what I'm thinking, you would have a crossover and you'd have the insulator joiners between the crossover. If that was the case, one line could be DC, one line could be DCC. But it would kind of negate your whole crossover though. Might as well just leave the crossover out and just do two ovals inside of each, one inside the other. True. I have no insulated on anything. Even the crossovers, I don't have insulation joints on. Even though they say you should, but I don't think I would. I mean, it runs fine, as you can see. I don't think I would need them because it's only DC, or it's only DCC, the whole layout. Well, okay, wait a minute. So DC and DCC are totally different when it comes to direction. DC, you have a positive to one rail and a negative to the other rail. And when you flip your directions, it would flip the polarity. And that's what would make it run backwards and forwards. DCC, you have right and left, and it's always that. And when you switch your directions, it sends a signal to the decoder that tells you which direction it's going to run. Now, you're saying run two trains in different directions. That would be a DC thing with insulating joiners. And how you would do that is the red would go to this and the black would go to this, and then the black would go to this and the red would go to this, and that would enable you to run trains in opposite directions on DC with your insulating joints. It's easiest to do it that way if you have a dual controller, a dual handle DC controller. You can one controller here, one controller here, and if you did want to switch, you can. You flip one direction one way, this would be one direction, this would be the other direction, and you would be able to drive over your insulating joints, and everything would be, the train would keep going in the same direction it's going. As for DC and DCC, it would totally negate your crossover. You wouldn't be able to use the crossover at all. Because once you would get halfway through it, your engine would die no matter which way you're going. Because one's DC, one's DCC. And I say that because while DCC locomotives you can run on DC, you definitely wouldn't want to run it from a DCC line onto a DC line. Because honestly, I think you might blow the decoder up doing that. Because it would be getting half DCC and half DC as it's going through. And yeah, if you did that, the layout would be, I want to run it on this line, you'd have to pick it up and change it. But you can do that. Okay, yeah, then your crossover would be null and void. It would just be for looks. And you would put the insulated joiners in between. Because if you didn't, you would jack DCC power into your DC controller or vice versa, and you would actually blow the controllers up too, I believe. Thinking of N-Scale Kato, I bitched out Kato the other day for their Zephyr post. God, that thing. Why would you put an unfinished model up on your website to sell it? Holy cow. And not say it's unfinished. The thing looks like complete crap. It's not painted. I can already tell the detailing is way less than what the Concord one was. On the other hand, Posiwi, So this is a DC DCC power supply. So what you would do is you wouldn't put the insulated rail joiners in. You'd wire this up to all your track would be roll wired together, and you would flip between DC and DCC. And that's where your power routing on your switches would come into. So you would want your switches to have power routing on. So when you flip the leg, it would kill power to that. And you could park your trains on your sidings and flip the switch so the power is not on that siding anymore. So the train isn't getting powered at all. And so in essence, you'd have two switches, both power routing. One you would park your DC locomotive on, one you would park your DCC locomotive on. When you flip the switch, it would kill the power to that line, the sidings. So if you wanted DCC, you'd hit the DCC button, flip that switch, and be able to run the DCC locomotive. If you wanted DC, obviously you'd park the DCC back in, flip the switch so the power's off, hit DC, flip the switch so the power goes to the DC locomotive, and then be able to run that on the whole layout. I've been streaming since like 4 or something. I kind of caught up and I was map making. I'm actually redoing a section of the Chicago Northwestern map, and I'm doing the original company map called the Galena and Chicago Union, which turned into Chicago Northwestern. Granted, I will never probably ever use it again, but I'm still not selling it. My Troller 5 amp dual controller would be great for that layout. If it was all DCC, if it was all DC. But you can't run DCC locomotives off the Troller at all. You'll blow up the DCC controller in the engine. Because the Troller is the same type of system power-wise as a DCC. It's a full voltage pulse system, just like DCC is, so the DCC controllers end up going crazy. I saw you, you son of a bitch. I just saw a bug fly in my room. I don't know where it went. I lost it in the shadows. It'll run both. So this controller you just hit the mode and it would switch these two lights, DCC, DC. You still have your buttons to do your sounds, You have your direction, your programming button to do minor programming. It's been so long since I used this. I know you can program certain things. You can't do anything close to what programming-wise you can do with the DCS 52. Like that, you can program anything on the Locomotive. This system, you don't number your locomotives per se. You know, you can't do like I do on mine. It's the locomotive number. On this system, your DCC addresses would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you know, so on and so forth. Again, this is this power pack is intended to dip your toe into DCC from DC. I think I missed them. Or I got him and he's in my carpet somewhere, which is fine because I got a vacuum once I end the stream anyway, because I spilled like a whole container of tobacco on my floor. Going from DC to that would be easy. I'm on full DCC already, so that, I mean, it's, after having a full system DCC and being able to do it, the Tech 6 is like literally useless because I can't do anything with it. Man, it's been so long I can't remember how to use this damn thing. Oh, this does all 28 functions. When you press shift, it goes 0 through 9, uh, 10 through 19, and then 20 through 28. You just hit shift to cycle through the 3 batches, pretty much like you do on the Digitrax. Yeah, I'd have to actually sit down and read it again. Oh, the manual, I got the, it's still a stock, the manual and everything's in the box. Another thing you could do is look up on YouTube MRC Tech 6. And I'm sure there's like how-to videos on, for it, because I'm pretty sure that's how I figured out how to do the engine, the loco numbers. Oh. I need to go take a lap. My legs are getting stiff again. Oh, Posiwi. So Poles ended up is loving Lombard. It's his store now. About time you feed those animals. I just played around with the microphone volumes a little bit. Fine-tuning them so they only pick up the sound of the locomotives going in front of them and not cross-picking up. That's why I liked tanks with no gravel in it. Bare bottom tank is the best. It's the easiest to clean and everything. It's great. IKEA. Hit up an IKEA. They got great cheapo shelves. Ooh, pardon me. I actually, because I have the layout, I actually took a piece of wood, cut two triangles. On the bottom is one piece of wood, and on the back of it, on the top, is another piece of wood to frame it up. And I screwed it all against my layout. I gotta replace that station camera. That thing really is a piece of crap. It keeps freezing up. Again, I said it before, it's not something I would have bought. The only reason I bought it is because it was so cheap. I like it though. I mean, looking at the paint job on the pictures, I didn't like it, but with it in front of me, I dig it. Like, I'm really half tempted to get antennas. Because a lot of the locomotives have antennas on them, but the steams don't, and some of like the electric doesn't either. But I'm thinking of getting antennas and putting them on all the locomotives, being it's, you know, current year 2026. Oh, I can't wait to get the Heisler out on here for you guys. Oh, that's going to be a nice one. Pose, do you remember watching? Oh no, you didn't watch me back then. When I had the Heisler, the first time, like a year or so ago. Compared to that one, this thing is like, you can't even hear it. Oh, I was asking, were you watching back in the day when I had the first Heisler? The Hornby one from Amazon? The Hornby River Rossi version? If you did, man, it's a definite change. The older 2001 full River Rossi, so much quieter. I'm surprised these cars have stayed together for this long. I've been waiting for one of the couplers to break again. Well, not break, fall off. It's just the coupler box is glued up onto the body on the underside of those cars. Because those are so old, they didn't even have a pocket for a KD coupler. I think I'm going to call it, guys. It's midnight. off. Alright guys, you don't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. Union Pacific was the Challenger. I also have an FEF2. I didn't run that today though. Wait, yeah. Wait a minute, did I? No. Maybe? I don't know. I can't remember what I ran already. So, I try to do it every Saturday. Usually I try to start at noon and I go to midnight. Today I was bad. I got into my mapping. I couldn't leave it. But, anywho's, have fun y'all. See you around.